research and healthcare. So our first guests are Dr. Geeta from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and our guest from CMC Vellore, Dr. Pratap, Dr. Prasanna, Dr. Vignesh, and Dr. Siddharth from ICMR New Delhi. Our guest from KGML Lucknow, Dr. Neeraj, and Professor Hardeep Singh Malhotra. Our guest, Professor Niloy Ranjan from Department of Radiotherapy, MGIMS Sevagram, and Dr. Ferian Varghese, Prasanna School of Public Health, Manipal. Over the next 5 days, we will embark a comprehensive journey to master the techniques of conducting systematic reviews and meta-analysis. These sessions will equip each of you with the tools needed to produce rigorous, reproducible, and impactful research. Today's focus will be on understanding the foundational concepts of systematic review. Our speakers will introduce the core of systematic review. Our speakers will introduce the core methodologies and discuss the significance of systematic reviews in advancing healthcare knowledge. So now I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Rajneesh Joshi and Professor Dr. Ryan Ulha and Professor Dr. Amit Agarwal to give a welcome speech, and then we'll start with the sessions.
Respected Professor Terian, who took time to come here all the way from CMC Vellore. And he is a stalwart in his field, and we are just looking forward to listen to him. Welcome, Dr. Rehan. Welcome, Dr. Rehan. And welcome to all the delegates who have shown keen interest. And we are thankful to the DHR ICMR and our Honorable Director, Professor Ajay Singh, those who gave us opportunity and freedom to do things the way we wanted to organize, and Dr. Rajneesh, who was guiding us, and the entire team, SARANSH, those who put so much effort to make the things possible. And just with this, I welcome all of you again. If you have any requirements or any need, you. And when we were medical students, things were very, very different. Like, sir, we were talking about. हमारे time में the idea was of evidence-based medicine was not there. The idea was eminence based medicine, right? So we were medical students, we used to go to different units. एक यूनिट में एक तरीके से इलाज हुआ करता था. There used to be a different unit where the patients were treated differently, and we thought that both methods were equally good. As we moved ahead, we realized techniques that we were using, and हमने अपना एक concept बना लिया कि boss, this works in my hand, this does not work in my hand, and probably this is the best way to treat the patient. Then we ourselves became assistant professors and associate professors. We started going to conferences and workshops where, like me being an orthopedic surgeon, it used to be an orthopedic workshop. The star worlds of orthopedics used to come, and they used to be lectures. They were all, a faculty member used to raise his hand. He said, I have recently read in my book, but probably the literature says this is what you are showing. Right? And I think the standard answers were, हम लोग तो ऐसे ही करते हैं, ये हमारे हाथ में वर्क करता है, right? And that junior faculty used to sit down. And then a debate used to happen, and finally, at the end of that debate, probably nothing useful used to come out of it, and the students used to move out of those corridors more confused rather than more having a better understanding of that topic. But probably, I think, towards, at least in India, like now you talked of 1993 in the UK, towards early 2004, 2005, this lingo of systematic reviews and meta-analysis probably started trickling down very slowly into our system. लेकिन कहानी ये थी कि interviews के अंदर one senior faculty member used to sit and he used to ask you, बेटा systematic review क्या होता है, right? And that is why all the people aspiring to become senior residents, those aspiring to become faculty members, just used to mug up the definition of systematic review. And then they also used to mug up the definition of meta-analysis. Somewhere they started understanding कि meta-analysis जो है, it is a type of statistical tool. हमको ये बताना है कि systematic review में हम data को synthesize करते हैं, meta-analysis में हम उसको club करते हैं using whatever statistics, right? So I think from there, probably today we have moved a lot ahead. If we are looking at 2024 in a young institution like AIIMS Bhopal and having people such eminent backgrounds coming to AIIMS Bhopal and having such a huge faculty who's very, very enthusiastic to have a hands-on workshop on systematic review, I think is a great achievement. And I wish all of you that you will have great 2 or 3 days ahead. Uh, but as an administrator, मेरे हमेशा कुछ I am always looking at outputs from all workshops, right? Because at the end of the year or at the end of the day, the data that I have to show to my institution is कि साहब कितना research output आया है. So I look at numbers, I look at PubMed index publications from my institutions, and somehow at the present moment, I am a little bit nervous and a little bit unhappy because my numbers from 2023 are coming down in 2024. So मैं उसको COVID surge मानता हूँ कि 22-23 में my numbers in the institution were around 250 publications. I am looking at a number of 190 as of today in 2024. Systematic reviews and meta-analysis, we know, do not need an IAGC approval. You can just go ahead and start doing them. So I think at the end of the workshop, if Dr. Amit Agarwal can promise me कि boss इसमें से 50 systematic reviews शुरू हो जाएंगे and probably they will see the light of the day by say June 2025, I will be very, very happy. Thank you.
Now, our first session would be on importance of reliable evidence to make healthcare decisions, and it would be conducted by Professor Dr. Pratap Thalia. He's an adjunct professor in clinical epidemiology unit in CMC Vellore. Now, for I would now like to welcome Professor Hardeep Singh Malhotra, Professor of Neurology and Dean Research, KGMU UP Lucknow, and Dr. Neeraj Kumar, Professor Junior Grade of Urology, KGMU Lucknow. I would like all our participants to welcome them. And now I would reintroduce our first session on importance of reliable evidence to make healthcare decisions, and it would be conducted by Dr. Pratap. He is an adjunct professor of clinical epidemiology unit, CMC Vellore.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And today I'm going to give you an overview of what systematic reviews and meta analysis are. And you will get more details over the coming few days. So I can promise you it will be something new for some of you, probably something you already know for many of you. It's going to be, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. I have a tendency to speak very fast. So if you feel I am going too fast, please raise your hand. And if you have any questions at any time, please raise your hand. I don't mind being interrupted. I actually enjoy answering questions. Can I have my slide, please? First one, importance of importance of reliable evidence. Apologies for that. How many of you are familiar with systematic reviews? A lot of you. Okay. So good. If there are questions that I can't answer, you help me out to answer these questions. How many of you have done formal statistics training? Okay, good. Right. If you were like me, see, the thing is, I didn't want to do medicine. I actually wanted to be a traveling disc jockey. I wanted to yoke a Harley Davidson to a caravan and travel around the world playing music for everybody. In those days, when I wanted to do this, there was not a financially viable option. The next option I wanted to be a hippie and I wanted to be a rock star, all of which failed. Then I wanted to be a neurosurgeon. I actually worked in neurosurgery for about 3, 4 months and I decided this is not for me. I value my free time. So I meandered into this world of evidence by accident when I went to the UK to prove my membership on study leave. It was in the year 1993, and that was the year that Cochrane held their first colloquium. And that's how I got involved. So I'll start with the story of how reliable evidence can answer real life questions. That's going to be my first talk. And I'll introduce you to the basics, very simple basics of statistics for meta analysis, meant for clinicians. I'm not a statistician. Okay. Um, Sorry. Okay. I think a good way to utilize this time while we're waiting is to ask you, what would you think is a good definition for research? All right. Then, okay, I'll then go back to my scheduled talk. So, what I'm going to cover during this day is discuss what we consider will be reliable as far as evidence is concerned, and how can the methods that we use in research undermine the reliability of what we are trying to do in research. And it is very important for me to go beyond p values to understand what is meant by important clinically appreciable benefits for your patients rather than statistical significance. And then look at the whole issue of evidence synthesis. And we all talk about the evidence hierarchy. And finally, how do you use systematic reviews to actually inform health policy? That's going to be the general gist of what we will cover today. And this is also going to be expounded on during the week. Uh, so, evidence based medicine is a term which was coined around 1992 by this gentleman called Gordon Guyatt, who's from McMaster University in Canada. And along with Dave Sackett, they both were working together. Then Dave Sackett left Canada and went to Oxford. And he worked there. And at that time, 1993 is when they had this colloquium, which was the founder of the Cochrane movement was, does anybody know? Have you heard of Ian Chalmers? He's a neonatologist, pediatrician. And he went to Gaza during the war. And he found that all the medical training that he was receiving wasn't helping people survive. Whereas some local people were having better results than he, Oxford educated doctor, was having. So he went back to Oxford and along with his wife decided that we need data. So every evening he and his wife used to sit and find all the trials done in obstetrics and gynecology and perinatology. And that was the foundation of the Oxford database of perinatal trials, which is now in the WHO database. So, but the term evidence based medicine was coined by Gordon Guy, and he defined it as the integration of research evidence, clinical expertise, and patient values. If you look at this, in the middle of this whole process is a clinician. So you have the clinician is the actual linchpin of evidence-based medicine. But this clinician not only should make diagnosis and understand what that patient's individual circumstances are and their individual risks are of having a bad outcome if they don't use a treatment. We also need to be able to elicit patients' values, which means we need to have a collaborative relationship with our patients and be able to critically appraise what is the relevant research evidence for that patient at that point in time. So, if you look at it, reliable evidence is integral to want to really improve health outcomes. So, this is when I want to ask you, okay, how can we define what? Because research is important, no? What would you consider a good definition for research? Go ahead. So you actually got a lot of the stuff in. Old stuff you look at, and you try and get new stuff out of it. Anyone else? Any other? Think about it. Okay, I'll take that. You, it's commonly defined as the attempt to derive generalizable new knowledge. Go your turn. Generalizable new knowledge to confirm what you know or to refute, to say, no, this does not work. That's what you're trying to do. And you address clearly defined questions or hypotheses. You need to have that. And you use rigorous and systematic scientific methods to arrive at that. Okay? So, what is your opinion of this definition? You don't have to agree with it. One of the first things you need for evidence based medicine is to have a curious mind and say, why, what, how. Don't accept anything because somebody said so. This is the existing definition. I have a problem with it. Is it a stupid question? My problem with this is maybe the wrong definition of it should include a statement of the purpose for which you're doing research. You're saying we want generalizable new knowledge to confirm something. You want to know all this. Okay. So I personally think we should not have a different definition because if it is only new knowledge you want, you'll get this. Can anyone tell me what this is? The Nuremberg trial. This was the doctors on the dock in Nuremberg after World War II. These are eminent scientists. Germany at that time, the very first code of ethics, and they were actually trying to build rockets. They were really, really advanced in science before World War II. Now, these doctors had a hypothesis. There is a race that is inferior. And in the process of exterminating them, they used scientific methods to see what are the limits to which the human organism can survive torture, deprivation, sleep. According to our definition, this is research, right? Think about what you're doing here. Sir, I admire your goal, trying to get the maximum number of papers from here. I was also vice principal of research in Vellore. My thing was, don't care how many papers you publish. What you publish should be true, should help people. That is the only reason you should do research. So my definition of research is defined as the attempt to derive generalizable new knowledge or confirm or refute in order to understand the human condition. Means we do basic science research, logical, normative research, and the methods to maximize human potential. So you do analytical research, translational research, health systems research, qualitative research, and you do that by addressing clearly defined questions using systematic and rigorous. So my feeling is when you're doing research, you're trying to address these questions. Right? I understand there are other reasons. You need promotions, you need tenure, you need fame, you need money, all that I understand. Simply, this is what we should do. So, what is the difference between scientific evidence, faith? This country, the faith-based country. If I had cancer, diagnosis of cancer, very unlikely I'm going to look at the Cochrane Library first thing. Fall on your knees and pray. Prayer is the most common intervention known to mankind anywhere in the world. When you come into time to problem. Right. So, what's the difference between faith and evidence? I understand what you're trying to say. I'm not disputing that at all. But what's the difference between that and here also we have a belief in a higher power, drug industry. Anyway, you get the idea. So that anyway, scientific research and faith-based approaches are trying to address the same quintessential questions. Who are we? Where do we come from? Right? People of science use the methods of science to understand, right? And what are we doing here? Another philosophical question. People of science use the methods of science to understand, right? There is another question. Where do we go from here? Now that's something where we slightly diverge because people of faith have their own idea of what happens after that. They know very clearly they're going to destroy this planet and they're going to Mars. They're already explored it, spending money on that. So we know where we are going. But we have therefore astronomy, rocket science, and there are also new questions. We're going to clean up after us. Right. Of science have discovered ways in which we can get ecological research and environmental sciences. But the difference really is between these two methods is when you use scientific research, because it's meant for generalization, right? We have to use different methods and we require different levels of evidence. Say, this is evidence. Faith, as you said, firstly, you have your own reasons why you believe. Right? That cannot be judged by somebody who said their method is wrong. That's your belief. Nothing I say is going to change that. Right? Science is cumulative. It can change. Right? Scientific, I'm trying to say all this because I just want to set the basis for why we are doing systematic review, not for publications. I know you'll get publications out of it. There's such a lot of rubbish systematic reviews out there. Not worth looking at it. They'll con you. Right? If you do a systematic review, you must have the evidence footprint on it. So scientific researchers were traditionally considered as seekers of the truth. There was a time when people of science were respected. Integrity in research is the natural consequence of this. If you believe that you're really doing research because you really want to find out something that's going to improve somebody's life or knowledge, then you'll be very careful about what you do. Okay. So the whole question here is why do we need systematic reviews? Because a lot of time you can't trust what evidence is on, right? I'm sure some of you have read this article. It's open access. Gives you the numerous ways in which you get conned into believing things that are public. I wrote about this for the research community, that is for the ethics committees, right? And very well known. Common reason is there are conflicts of interest. Academic, you heard of drug companies and all that stuff. Sorry, commercial. But academic conflicts of interest are very pernicious. Yeah, some person has a particular belief this works, right? Very difficult to change that person's view. That's a conflict of interest. Often you will not know about it. A lot of unnecessary, inappropriate, or poorly designed and poorly reported research. You ask any statistician, they'll tell you how easy it is to manipulate statistics. Not difficult at all. And on the way you design your study, the way you choose your comparator, the way you choose the doses for the comparator drug, you know it's not going to work. It's not a fair trial. Begin with. And there's a lot of over reliance on p values. We will go through it in detail to help you understand what exactly does a p value tell you. And a lot of selective reporting of outcomes or of studies. Start off with something and then you find that's not statistically significant. You don't report that. You report something which turned out to be statistically significant. And people will believe that is really what you set out to find. Not what. There's something called ghost writing. Do you know what ghost writing is? Else doing the work and because I used to think it was ghostwriting. Ghostwriter was the head of the department who had nothing to do with the study. No. There was somebody who wrote the entire paper, but you will not see the name of the article. There are PR companies who actually write your paper for you. I saw a document, the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. I used to be an editor there, and there was a quandary. We had a dilemma. We got some emails between drug company executives. It was a training email like to train new drug reps. He said there are three kinds of doctors, right? One of them is ambitious, smart, they want to change things, they want to make a name for themselves. That is our target. You will invite them to the Shangri-La Hotel in Bangkok, pay for his expenses, tell them all about this new drug and tell them, see, you think you should write about this so that people know about this wonderful thing? You know, you're very busy. He will write it for you. You just have to approve the manuscript. Right. So that gets published, and this person will go and give it to other people as well. Right. So the large group of doctors are waiting to tell somebody else to tell them what to do. There is a minority of doctors who will question. So the drug reps, they've been told, don't bother about the last lot. You focus on the first. They will get the rest of them. This is a strategy. I don't blame them. They are trying to make money. I blame ourselves. We need to know how we are getting. You know what disease mongering is? When I studied, sir, I'm not sure what it was in your time, but when I studied, what was the cutoff for blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes? Much higher. When drug companies realized that the market is saturated, right? We need new patients. They invented pre-disease. The idea being you catch people early, you have a lead-in time advantage benefits. Doesn't work that way. I'll demonstrate why it doesn't. They manufacture diseases. Get more people to become ill. You go to PLOSMED website, they've got a whole log full of examples of disease mongering. Then marketing of products. So many of you would have at least one copy of a paper from JAMA or Lancet. Drug rep would have given it to you. Now, Engel, who was previously the editor of JAMA, wrote a book, The Truth About Drug Companies, in which she said that UJM is probably one of the most corrupt journals in the world. She was the editor. How many original articles are there in any year? One issue. One or two. Right? These are usually multi-centered files. And you would have got a copy of one of them. Because companies buy in advance people, the reprints, thousands and thousands of them. They distribute around the world. This is marketing in the name of education. And that is the entire revenue model for energy. Money it makes from these reprints. Those reprints are cited numerous times. And if you look at the citation index, the impact factor of the journal, two original publications cited so many times, impact factor goes up to 59. That's a game. Now, I don't know if you've seen this article, Ian Chalmers and his a lot of the Cochrane people. They took all the high impact journals and got the articles from them pertaining to research and divided them into four quadrants. So this on this axis is how important it is to advancing scientific knowledge, and on the x-axis is how practically relevant it is. They found some articles which really advance the frontiers of science. They found some articles which have great practical applications, and they found some articles which do both. But the vast majority of articles they classified as research waste. No scientific knowledge, no practical application. That's a fact. There's a lot of research. So when people say publish more, uh, there was a statistician from Cochrane who passed away recently. His name. He said we need less research run for the right reasons using the right methods. And his analogy was if you find somebody has treated a patient badly, either out of ignorance or of negligence, you'll have no doubt saying this is unethical. It's unlawful. Right? But nobody says that when you find flawed research articles. The damage that research articles can do is huge. So we don't need more research. We need less research done better and done for the right reasons. There are a whole series of articles after that addressing the problem of research misconduct, of research waste. The first one is The questions you ask are irrelevant. So if you, there are some studies which have looked at research done in countries and the health priorities of that country. You'll find that the research being done doesn't address the priorities of that country. It addresses the funders' needs. Where there's funding, the research gets done. Not answering questions of relevance. Today, when you're looking at systematic review protocols, ask relevant questions to solve our problems. So if you think of why you want to do it, I have a question I don't know the answer to. If I find a good answer, it will help somebody. It will improve their outcomes. 50% of studies are designed without reference to a systematic review. So one of the things you should be doing is not just learning how to write systematic reviews, how to look for, find, and interpret existing systematic reviews before you do your next study. That's the order which should happen, right? The other thing is outcomes. We'll discuss outcomes as we go along, but most of the time, the outcomes you put in your research questions are relevant to you. They may not be relevant to patients. So there is now a great deal of importance paid to patient-reported outcomes or patient-imported outcomes. They want, right? Similarly, when you're doing a systematic review, one question you should ask yourself: who is it meant for, and which is my audience? Then you should ask your audience in advance: are these outcomes relevant to you? So I'll give you an example of that. Right now, the coordinating editor for Cochrane is a lady called Carla Soares. She's a psychiatrist, right? And she did her PhD when I was in London. I got to know her very well. What she did was she started a company employing psychologists. Why psychologists? Most of them are women and they know statistics. And they bid for systematic review. They do systematic review commercially for the WHO. So she was contracted to do a systematic review for WHO, or rather, she went to a meeting when WHO were trying to upgrade their guidelines on combined vaccines or something. And she had a Cochrane review on that. So they invited her to present. When she started presenting, she found nobody's listening to her, all men, white men. She thought, what is wrong with this? She's not used to people not listening to her. She's very pretty, very powerful speaker. So she asked the she asked, why are you not interested? Said, not, it's nothing to do with your presentation. We are not interested in your outcomes. They are more interest to us. So you would have thought, if you're doing a Cochrane review on conjugate vaccines, which is going to change policy, you should ask the policymakers, no, what is your outcome? You didn't do that. That's one other problem. So like that, there are many reasons why the way you conduct the research, the way it's regulated and managed, the way people publish or don't publish their research, or how badly they publish their, can't understand from the paper what they did, or did they actually do what they did. And so there are many reasons. Please read these articles. They will help you in building a better research climate. Okay. And to add to that, there is research misconduct. I don't know how many of you read I think there was a supplement in 2012 in BMJ devoted to a gentleman called Ram V. Singh from Moradabad in UP, who went on to publish many, many papers, became citation classics. They were all fraud, falsified. But today, if you go online and you write Ram V. Singh, fiber rich diet and cardiac illness, you will find the PDF of that article. And nowhere is it written that it's reflected. Because nobody in India actually did a formal investigation of that. So the editors can only write an expression of concern. And that will come in one correspondence, many correspondence for that original citation. You will not know that it's a false article. Right. So public trust gets ruined, the evidence base gets distorted, and it's a problem. Right. But when there is a problem, you need evidence. Right. You know what happened during the pandemic. You know what will happen if your mom or dad or some relative has a problem and you go and look for the evidence. That evidence is what you need. So that's why it's important to have good evidence. Okay. So for better health outcomes, we need reliable evidence, by which you mean that it should be relevant, it should be focused on something, a focused clinical question. There should be studies addressing that question, and those studies should have used the design appropriate for that question and reported it in a way which is reliable. That's the first thing. The second thing is you need to have this evidence that is critically appraised to see whether all the studies that are relevant are there or only the biased subset that you found because you did a quick search. You search one database or you have some friends or in your drawer, you know you're an expert on that. But you can realize there are so many other studies there. Why didn't you get it? Most of the time they don't have positive results. They don't get published or they get published in some obscure journal. So if you pool all the results of positive studies, you get positive results. Unless you find those, you will not know what the actual result is. Right? Then every study has a method. When the methods are done badly, the results are unreliable. When you put all the studies together, those mistakes can get multiplied. Right? And you'll get a completely useless answer. Right? So we need to know each study what is the bias, and for that outcome, all the studies contributing to that outcome, what do these biases do to the outcome? That also we need to, right? And then we need to know final result, is it actually going to help our patients? Is it clinically important, not just statistically significant? Right? And then we need to know, okay, we pool all the results together. Overall, it's like we think is useful, but the results are not consistent. Some are saying yes, some works, it doesn't work. How do you then look at the overall result and say, what does that mean? Can I understand? Right? And then after all this is done, you then have to say, can I use it? Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that this is something that should help you real time to make up your mind about how it is. Can I trust the answer? And then I make a decision about can I use it. So I'll give you a small story. This happened in 1995 after I come back from the UK. A friend of mine whom I knew in childhood contacted me and said, see, Satab, I've spoken to you for a long time. I know you in CMC. I need some help. I lost a child. The child was born premature, had respiratory distress syndrome and died. And I'm now pregnant again. And my obstetrician says I should consider taking a short course of corticosteroids because at that time there was some preliminary evidence that in animals, when you give steroids to premature, it hastens lung maturity. Right. And very few, nobody really knew about it at that time. She is a journalist and she distrusted what steroids could do. So she wanted to know, should I use it or not? So that's the question. Will steroids help or harm? Where will you find the answer? I need reliable evidence for this. So as usual, I went and asked all my professors. They're all very nice people. And I soon discovered why they call experts. They all have their own opinions. I don't blame them. Some said yes, some said no, some said I don't know. So I thought I will find out the answer for myself. Go to PubMed, right? That's what you do. Or you can go to a drug rep. That's also a common source of evidence for many practitioners. But those guys don't know. So go to PubMed. Now, when you search PubMed, what do? You will type something. You will get 1 million hits in zero point 0.1 seconds. You want 30 pages. You won't go beyond 2 pages. So you have to be more efficient, right? So the first step is to rephrase the question in an answerable format. So how will I rephrase my problem? I told you my problem. Will steroids help or harm in this? So how will you rephrase the question? Keywords. Keywords like prematurity. Right. So basically, what we're trying to do is what are the important keywords in this that I can use to frame. So I can say, in my mind, I'll say, in mothers at high risk of premature delivery, with a short course of corticosteroids, compared to no steroids, must have a comparison, right? Prevent or reduce neonatal deaths. So what I've done is I've identified the population, the intervention, the comparison, and I'm putting one outcome here. Let's put many outcomes. And I also need to consider a time frame. Here's the neonatal period. Right, sorry. So this is your PICO. You heard the term PICO. The way of just making your question answerable so you can find the answer. Okay. And you might also want to consider setting. Am I interested only in low income or middle income countries or upper income countries or where? Or India alone or what? So this is your PICO. And there'll be another S. What study design will best answer this? Yeah. So what study design will answer that question?
Interventional.
Yeah. So somebody said intervention. That means he's saying that depending on your question, you have to choose your study design, right? So
So I think you need to go back on that left bottom that exit sign.
no, my fault. I touched the thing accidentally.
Answer your screen up. Corner में no left corner में exit sign है.
This one.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm well, anyway, the point is this: if you have if you want to know a study on etiology, what would be the best design? Primary design, causation, etiology. What design will you look for?
Observational perspective.
Yeah, you need a cohort,
Cohort.
right? You need an inception cohort where everybody has at a particular state, you know, they don't have the disease, and then you follow them up in time. That's what you're looking at, right? Similarly, if you want a diagnostic, you want to know how accurate is the diagnosis of some diagnostic tests. How accurate is it? What design will you look? That's the best design.
Comparative.
Comparing. So basically, you need a cross-sectional study where the same person is tested by the user and by some reference standard without too much of a gap in between the two. Right? That would be the best design to get comparative diagnostic test accuracy study. What about prognosis? Ideally. So the issue here, all these designs are possible, but what I am looking at is the best design which is most likely not to be biased. Right. So as you go up this, you'll find the primary study which best addresses a particular design. Depends on the question you're asking. So when you're looking at prognosis, you can't do an RCT. Unless your RCT goes on for as long as the time it takes for the outcome to develop. Right. You look for it's a cohort study. In case you can't find it, you can find a retrospective cohort study. Okay, you can't do a prospective one. Or you can even do case control kind of study. So I'm not saying none of this is evidence. You take a case series. I treat somebody with drugs as you were discussing this morning. He gets well. I do not know whether my drug got him well or not. That's why you need a control. See whether it is my drug that got him well and not chance or the fluctuation of the disease. See, remember this, comparisons are very important. My teacher in epidemiology, Dr. Jayaprakash Murali, taught me this by a story. He said, somebody asked him apparently one day, how is your wife Lata? And he said, compared to what? You can't make an answer to the question. What are you comparing it to? Yesterday, today, your wife, my wife, what? So, all of these are evidence of some sort. The person who got well because you gave him coconut oil for his leprosy, he's happy. He got well. Right? But the point is, when you say everybody should use it, then you need better standards. So as you try to generalize, you need to have least biased studies. Okay, that's the idea. So in my situation, I have an intervention question, and I'm told you should find an RCT. So that's what I look for. And I found an RCT. It was published in Pediatrics in 1972, done by Liggins. He's a very famous name in New Zealand. There's a Liggins Institute there. It says a controlled trial of antepartum glucocorticoid treatment for prevention of the respiratory distress syndrome in premature infants. Okay. So what I have to do are by the way, I'm happy to give you these slides. You can have it at the end of it. I'll give you a PDF copy of it. If you want to use it, you have to make your own slide. You can't just leave things away. But the material is yours. You focus, don't have to copy and take pictures and I give it to you. So I have to answer the question. I have to read the paper. Right? So here it is. In this study, there's an RCT where mothers due to deliver preterm were randomized to either get steroids or no steroids. And one of the outcomes they had was neonatal death. And this is your standard 2 by 2 table, where you find that of 532 mothers randomized to get steroids, 36 neonates died, and 496 did not die. And of 538 mothers randomized not to get steroids, 60 neonates died, and 478 did not die. So there seems to be a difference. Now we have to say, is this difference important? Right? So traditionally, what you do is you will use the null hypothesis. And you say there really is no difference between these two, and whatever you're seeing is chance, random error, right? So the chi-square test is what you'd use when you have proportion like this. It's looking at the difference in mortality between steroids and placebo and asking the question, is a chance different or not a chance different? Okay, anytime you want to put difference in proportions, you look for the chi-square test, sort of variation of that, with small numbers and all that stuff. So it evaluates the observed difference, see whether it's greater than what would be expected by chance, right? And you get a p-value. And the p-value is the probability of the difference being due to chance or not due to chance. And traditionally, you'd say a p-value less than 0.05 is statistically significant. Right? You all know that. Okay. So anytime you're doing a test like an ANOVA, see if you've got two groups and you have mean different, mean number of days, mean in both the groups, you want to know one is more than the other, you do a independent sample t-test. Right? If it's the same people before and after, you'll do a paired t-test. If it's multiple groups, you do an analysis of variance. All of them, you'll end up interpreting the result with a p-value. Right? So you need to know what exactly this p-value means. So what the p-value is telling you, how certain are you that the observed difference is due to chance or not due to chance? So if you get a p-value of 1, you say I'm 100% sure this is due to chance. If you get a p-value of 0, you say I'm 100% sure this is not due to chance. If you get a p-value of 0.5, what does it mean? No clue. Could be chance, need not be chance. Right? If I get a p-value of 0.1, what does it mean?
More like
Says I am 90% sure this is not due to chance. 10% it may be, but 90% sure. So when you say you get a p-value of 0.05, all you're saying is I am 95% sure this is not due to chance. And when you say a p-value less than 0.05, it means you're more than 95% sure this is not due to chance. You got this. That's what a p-value tells you. Now look at this. I've got rows and I've got columns. Right? Look at row number 1 and row number 4. And the columns are sample size. So the number in the treatment arm and number in control arm increasing from 5, 10, 15, 20 goes up to 100 in each arm. Right? The rows below that are responders. So in the treatment arm, 4 people responded. That response rate is 80%. In the control arm, 2 people out of 5 responded, and the response rate is 40%. So which is better? Treatment. By how much? Double the efficacy. Right? And that is the actual treatment effect. Even if you increase sample size, that's the proportion that's going to respond. That is the inherent quality of the drug. The property of the drug compared to the other one Double the efficacy of that for the particular out. Okay. But if you look at the p values, when you have only 5 people in each arm, your p value is 0.29, which means what? How sure are you the drug, this difference is true? 71%. You want to be sure than that. Yeah. So when you Alright. So when you have two drugs where the difference in efficacy is double, one is double the efficacy of a huge difference with just 30 patients. Magic number for PG thesis, 30 patients. 30 patients, you are now how sure? 99 point what? 97% sure. 97% sure this difference is not giving chance. When you increase it to 100 in each arm, you are less than 0.0001. That's your p value. What will you write? Highly significant. What will people interpret? Highly effective. Doesn't mean that. This only means you're more than 99.9999% sure this is not giving chance. It doesn't tell you how effective it is. Because even with a p value of 0.29, it was effective. Your sample was too small, you could not demonstrate it statistically. That's called a type 2 statistical error. There is a real difference, but my sample was too small, I could not demonstrate that difference. Right? So that p value does not equate with efficacy. Corollary of that is also there. I can take a difference which is clinically useless and give you a strong p value. Give you an example here. Two drugs, A and B, treated with antidepressants for depression, at 6 weeks, the remission rate in the two arms. What is the remission rate in the two arms? What's the difference? 30.5% versus 31.5%. 1% difference between the two. I can give you a p value of less than 0.0001. How? Increase the sample size. Right. So this is an example of statistically significant but clinically unlikely to be important. Okay. So the take-home message is any two groups can differ, and that difference, no matter how small, can be made to be statistically significant at any level of significance just by adjusting the sample size. Right? P-value do not tell you how effective an intervention is and whether it's clinically important. Only tells you how sure you are that that observed difference is due to chance or not due to chance. So this is the one take-home message. There's something called clinical importance. There's something called statistical significance, which is why we don't use hypothesis testing anymore. We use estimation of effects. We're estimating the relative effects of the interventions, which is where we come to things like risk ratios and relative risks and stuff. Okay. Now tell me, this is our numbers. What is the risk of people dying, of the neonates dying if they're given steroids? What is the risk? How will you calculate that? How many people were given steroids and how many neonates died? 36 by 532. The proportion of people who died when they were given steroids, or the neonates dying. Right? That's with steroids. Without steroids, it's 60 divided by 5, 38. Common sense, no? And your risk ratio is one risk divided by the other. And you get a value of 0.61. I'll tell you what the interpretation is. So the risk ratio or a relative risk is the risk in one arm compared to the risk in the other arm. The ratio of that risk. You can calculate it even though the paper does not give it you. They report p values. You can easily calculate the relative risk. Okay. But to interpret it, what it tells you is which intervention is better. If you get a relative risk of 1, it means there is no difference. And if you phrase the outcome in a negative manner, then undesirable outcomes, anything less than 1 favors the experimental intervention. So 0.42 is less than 1 for a negative or for an undesirable outcome. That means experimental intervention is better. It also tells, and if it's the other way around, if you phrase it in a, if it's more than one, it favors the control intervention, right? 1.4. If you phrase the outcome in a different way, positively, then the interpretation reverses. For alive, anything more than one favors experimental intervention. Okay. It also tells you how much better, not only which is better, but how much better. So, relative risk of 0.42 means that the intervention reduces the risk of that negative outcome by 58%. 60 is a percentage. 1 minus the relative risk. Right? So, it quantifies how much better it is. Okay. And if it's 1.42, it means it increases the risk of that outcome by 42%. How much more than one? But the thing is, you need a confidence interval for that because one experiment doesn't necessarily represent the entire population. It's a sample, right? So I need to know if I were to repeat this experiment numerous times, right? I will get a range of values where 95% of the time, or 99%, if I want a 99% confidence interval, my value will be there. My estimate will be there. Right. So it's a measure of uncertainty and it can also be a measure of precision. If you increase your sample size, naturally your confidence interval become narrow. That's one, right? But the other thing is, if it does not cross one, right? If it does not cross one, that is the confidence interval here is zero point 0.5 to 1.25. That means it could reduce the risk by 50% or increase the risk by 25%. It includes one. That means I don't know what the answer is. Automatically, your p value will not be significant. If your confidence interval includes one, automatically your p value is not significant, right? And if it doesn't include one, entirely one side or the other, you know for a fact it helps or it harms. But what you need to keep looking at is what is the lower limit of the confidence interval. If the lower limit, my estimate may be something, but my best estimate is 0.45. My least estimate is 0.73. That means at least a 27% reduction in the risk of that outcome. That's pretty good. The other one, my least estimate is 0.99. What is that? 1%. From a trial where I control everything, I'm getting a possibility that the difference could only be 1%. In the real world, I control nothing. That may not translate into clinical healing. Right? So think about this. And while you think about this, you also have to consider what is an odds ratio. I told you what a relative risk is. So what's an odds ratio? What are the odds of dying if you get steroids? Anyone? Odds is the gambling term. Odds of being dead, odds of being alive. Right? So it's not 36 by 532, it is 36 divided by 496. Dead, alive. That's the odds ratio, sorry. Oh, God. Yeah, thank you. And with the odds of being alive or dead on say is 60 by 478. That's the odds ratio. Right. So you get a value, 0.58. You interpret it the same. Anything less than 1, the odds are lower. Reduces the odds of having bad outcome. Sure. Yeah. What's your time? It's not 11 copy. It's constant. 23. Oh, good. We have time. Right. This is 10. Okay, so what is the difference between an odds ratio and a risk ratio? The odds ratio is statisticians like odds ratios because it's mathematically robust, right? I told you that you can phrase an outcome as dead, how many people died. You can also phrase an outcome as how many people are alive, right? Now, if you are looking at the risk of dying and the risk of being alive, if you're looking at the odds of dying and the odds of being alive, would there be any difference here?
Odds is, I think, the chance among that group.
Yeah. So what you find is that the odds of this one, right? So odds. What are the odds of dying? 36 by 496. What's the odds of being alive? 496 by 36. What's the risk of dying? 36 by 532. What's the risk of being alive? 496 by 530. Totally different number. Okay. So odds ratios you can use for anything like a case control study, a cohort study, RCT, but you cannot use a relative risk. You cannot use a relative risk when you have a case control study because they don't come from the same population. The controls come from a different population, right? So those are the major differences between odds ratios and relative risk. If you want to convert, if you want to say relative risk for being alive, you have to recalculate. You can't just do a reciprocal like you can do with odds ratios. The other thing which I keep in mind is that in trials and stuff, if the outcome is very rare, very few people died in that study, then odds ratios and relatives are more or less similar. But when you get more people having the event, like more than 20% outcome, the odds ratio overestimates that particular outcome. It's preferable to use relative risk for very common outcomes. I'll give you an example. In an RCT, 200 children are randomized to drug A or drug B. If you have a rare outcome where 4 out of 10 died and 6 out of 100, 4 out of 100, 6 out of 100, the relative risk is 0.67, confidence interval is 0.19, 2.29. The odds ratio is also zero point 0.6, almost the same, 0.65, 0.18 to 2.39. Now, suppose you have a much more common outcome, 40 out of 100 and 60 out of 100. The relative risk is more or less the same, the estimate 0.67. The confidence interval is 0.5 to 0.89, more narrow. When you have more numbers, you get a narrow confidence interval. But look at the odds ratio. The odds ratio is so different from this to that. It shows that the odds are much better when you have common outcomes. Right? That's an overestimate. Okay, so keep in mind when you want to use an odds ratio and a risk ratio, clinicians understand what risk ratios mean. The proportion. I treated 20 fellows, 5 got better. You treated 20, 2 got better. You can compare it like that. You do not know what an odds ratio. You think you know, but you can't interpret an odds ratio just like you do a relative risk. Right? Can you help me now? What's the relative risk that I can tell my friend? My friend is going to call. What's the relative risk for preventing death with steroids versus not steroids? You'll have to do it. There's a word workshop in this. No? You can use a calculator. You can consult a friend, phone a friend, whatever you want. Right. What you're basically doing is 36 by 532 divided by 60 by 530. Here you get 0.61. You can round it off. Okay. Now, this is a relative risk. What's the absolute difference? How many neonates less will die if you use steroids? How do you do that? One risk minus the other. 36 by 532 minus 60 by 538. One risk, the risk in this group minus the risk in the other. Suppose you had expressed the risk of 30% and 20%, 10% is the risk, absolute difference. Okay. And how many mothers will you have to treat with steroids compared to not giving steroids to prevent one neonatal death? It's called the number needed to treat. How do you get that? 1 divided by the risk difference. 1 divided by 0.44, you get 23. And you have to give the confidence intervals for that also. Right. All of these you can give confidence intervals. Right. Calculating the confidence interval, what is a simple formula where the standard error comes in. Right. But don't worry about all that. You just download. There are so many programs you can use. The one I use is very simple. It's a free downloadable Excel sheet. It's called CICalculator.xls. Please download it now. You can use it. And it's got many menus to bottom. One of them is difference between, so if you want to do a survey and you get a percent incidence, you can calculate the confidence interval for their incidence. Right. Here we are looking at comparing two proportions. Just enter the numbers. For control, 60 neonates died out of 538, 36 neonates with steroids out of 532. And you choose 95%, and you can get 99%, and it gives you everything you need to know. Right? Just put the numbers there. Okay. And what we now need to know is to interpret it, because when my friend calls, I need to translate that into language he can understand. Okay, she'll think I'm an idiot. Okay, so how do we help her? How can we tell her what this is? A lot of evidence-based medicine is communication. So what do we tell her? So I can tell her I did the study. It's a study done in Auckland. 1,000 mothers were randomized, and they found that if you take a short course of corticosteroids, the risk of a premature death is reduced by 39% compared to if you don't take steroids. But I'm not that's that study. But generally, the estimate is that you can expect at least 10% reduction in the risk of dying if you use steroids compared to not going steroids. It might even be better. They might give 59% reduction in this. That's one way I can take. Or I can use a risk difference, right? And tell her if you take steroids will prevent 4 less neonatal deaths per 100 births than without steroids. Between 1 to 8 less deaths. How do I get that? Multiply out of 100. 0.044 out of 100 is 4.4, round it off. Right? And do the same with the confidence intervals. So out of 100 neonates, if I use steroids, I can expect 4 less neonatal deaths. Or I can say number needed to treat to benefit. I would need to treat 23 mothers with steroids to prevent one neonatal death less compared to not using steroids. It could be as few as 12, it could be as many as 104. This is the interpretation of what we have read. So you have the tools with you now to understand EBM. You read a paper, you look at those numbers in the 2 by 2 table, you can calculate all of this. Then you can interpret better than saying p value was significant. Any questions? Right. Which would you use? When you're going to call, you got to tell her something. Which will you use?
Risk ratio.
Risk ratio. Anybody would use the risk difference? Yeah.
Policymakers.
Risk difference. So policymakers, anybody actually has to have some accountability for what you're spending your resources on, want to know how many people actually would benefit. Then only you can do economic analysis and stuff. Right. Relative risks look fantastic. Easy to understand. And in systematic review, it shows most clinicians and patients like relative risks. But there is a problem with relative risk. But before that, just to make sure we can interpret it well. If the relative risk of death is 0.78, confidence interval is 0.66 to 1.22, what's your interpretation? Risk is reduced by 22%. but it could be 34% reduction or 22% increase, right? That means clinically we don't know what the effect. That's the answer. I don't know. It could be better, it could be worse. Is it statistically significant? No, it doesn't because it includes one. So p-value will be more than 0.5. What if it is 1.26, 1.06 to 1.39? Whichever way you look at it, the risk of death is increased by 26%, 6 to 39%. Is it statistically significant? Yes. We may not like the answer, but it is not a true chance. It's a real finding. Okay. So I told you relative risks are very impressive, but you're careful. If you have a relative risk of death with one intervention versus control of two, that means there's a 100% increase in the risk of death with intervention compared to control. I can get that from comparing 1 out of 10, one death in 10 versus one death in 20. The relative risk is 2. If I want to calculate the risk difference or the absolute difference, it will be one risk minus the other. It's 5 more deaths per 100 with intervention versus control. But I can get a relative risk of 2 if I have one death out of 1,000 and one death out of 2,000. Relative risk is still 2. Same relative risk, but my risk difference is now 5 more deaths per 10,000 with intervention than control. Why does that happen? Same relative risk, absolute difference in difference. What's the difference between that and this? Number of zeros are the same, both sides. The real difference is look at the control group. The control group, they call it CER, control event rate, or baseline risk. That means what is the risk without steroids? So in the first, if you don't use steroids, you'll get one death out of 20. Right? In the second, if you don't use steroids, one death out of 2,000. That means the risk of dying in that particular sample is very low. So although you got a very powerful drug which can reduce the risk of death, your absolute benefit will be low. The example I use very often is say, I'm sure many of us have used pimple cream. At some point in our life, everybody gets pimples. And you saw an ad which says, if you use this pimple cream for 5 days, you'll get a 50% reduction in pimples. You say, hey, you should ask, what is the baseline risk? Meaning, how many pimples were there? Oh, there were two. One pimple went away. If you said there were 500 and 250 went away, that's good. Then you have to ask next question, safety also. Is there anything left of your face? Okay. So, point I'm saying, what is the baseline risk? If I had a drug which would reduce the risk of falciparum and malaria by 50%, and I go and use it in Geneva, or I use it in Burkina Faso, where will I get better effect? In Burkina Faso. Because the baseline risk of dying of falciparum and malaria in Geneva is low. So, although I got a powerful drug, it doesn't do any good. So, I want to look at the absolute difference depends on baseline risk. The relative risk does not depend on that. That's the inherent effect of the drug. Right? So if you have a low baseline risk and a high baseline risk, usefulness you can see looking at the number needed to treat. High baseline risk, you need to treat fewer people, you will get more benefit. Low baseline risk, you have to treat a lot of people to get any benefit. Right? So NNTs are useful in trying to predict things as well, right? And if you have a small NNT, that means difference in efficacy between the two can be huge. I'll give you the example here of a 1% difference between two antidepressant drugs. Right? If I want to look at the NNT, I need to treat 100 people to get one person to get better. Whereas on the other hand, if I have a 10% difference between two drugs, right? My NNT is much lower. Okay, so interpreting NNTs means you can see for diabetes example, if you want to prevent neuropathy with insulin used for a period of time, NNT is 15, right? Acute myocardial infarction, you want to prevent death due to streptokinase, aspirin, NNT is 20. But you also have to keep in mind that LNT depends on the individual baseline risk. I'm giving you an example here where you have a high baseline risk and where you have a low baseline risk. This is your pre-hypertensives. You catch people before they actually get hypertension and you treat them. You need to treat 141 people before you get one person to actually go somewhere. Just because not all of them are at risk. It's a free risk condition. When our drugs are actually meant to treat people with the conditions, not in the pre-condition. It doesn't work that well. So remember baseline risk. Whenever you're looking at trials on control group, you look across trials. If one trial's control group risk is low and the other trial is high, you're going to get heterogeneity. They're different samples. You come from areas where the risks are different. Okay. So I'm summarizing this section. P-values tell you only whether this difference is due to chance, not how important it is. You need to know relative measures, the relative effect of this drug versus that drug, and the absolute measure. That useful drug, which population are using it? What is the benefit in that population? That's what absolute effects tell you, right? And if the baseline risk is low, fewer people will benefit, even if you've got a very effective intervention. If your baseline risk is high and your intervention is effective, you'll have more absolute benefit. And the other thing to keep in mind is you need a confidence interval. It should not include one, or if it's a mean difference and all, it shouldn't include zero. That's the line of no difference, right? But you also need to know what is a clinically appreciable benefit for which you need to keep in mind what would you expect if I want to change my practice? What is the minimum difference I should see between these two treatments before I say I want to change? That is something you set in advance, depending on the outcome. For death, small differences you'll be happy with. But things like reduction in headache, you want a much larger difference. Okay. Time? How much time? Okay, last bit. Now my friend is going to call. Should I tell my friend to use steroids?
Yes.
So what we have done so far is with all this stuff, I have said I've got a statistically and clinically important difference. Right? Great. Next question you should ask is, can I trust the evidence? It could be rubbish. This is the result. Can I trust this result? Right? That's called internal validity. Only then can I move to, can I use this evidence? External validity. Internal validity is the truth wherever in the world you read the paper. That's the truth about that drug. External validity depends on where in the world you use it. That's the contextualization we need. So everything we have to ask ourselves, I've got a result, can I trust this result? Then can I use it? Okay? So when you want to interpret the events, if you have a think in terms of what are the chances that result is not the true result? What could cause that result not to be true? Right? It can be due to some systematic way you have made your study, giving you wrong results, or it can be due to chance. How do we differentiate this? How do we know it's not due to chance? No p-value. You should set out of time. You can look at your p-value, your confidence interval, you know whether it's chance or not. But if you want to know whether there's systematic error in the way the study is done, you need to look at the study methods. Right. So for every, not all randomized control trials are made of gold. When you're talking about randomization, why do you randomize?
So for the bias. No bias.
What bias?
Election bias.
What do you mean by bias? What does bias mean?
Systematic error.
It's an error, right? So what I'm going to give you an example. There was a study done in India and in Pakistan. They did a study looking at, can I use shorter courses of antibiotics for community-acquired pneumonia? 3 days instead of 5 days. When I started, it was 7 days. Now they say 5 days. Now they're saying 3 days will come. Right? So how will you randomize? Can I toss dice, head stays? Can, right? You can use a computer code. What do you get at the end of it? You get a list. 3 days, 5 days, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5 will go like that. Right? That's your random list, number list. I give it to my nurse and say, you sit here, my students and me. Randomization is a two-step process. You're randomizing because you want to minimize biases, right? So if you have normally a variable, a confounder which is normally distributed in that population, when you randomize, it will fall on both sides. A chance, right? But if you have a population which is not, that particular variable is not normally distributed in the population, you can still get a one side can have more of that content. That's when you do stratified randomization. Forget that. Whatever you have a list, right? The other important thing about randomization is unpredictability. So you should not be able to know in advance who is going to get the drug. Both those things to be satisfied, to be properly randomized. So this lady, by 10:30, she's hungry, she wants some coffee. She's just going to get coffee when suddenly she sees Parvati's coming. Parvati is a lady who helps all the nurses with their housework. And Parvati's got fever with her hands. Cute little child, but rapid respiratory rate, maybe 3 to 4. She's got pneumonia and she's consented to the trial. And she quickly looks on and says, 3 days. What will she do?
5 days.
She would say, come with me for coffee because she knows another patient coming. She'll give that patient 3 days and the next patient she knows get 5 days. So what happens? Is there a problem with this? I didn't tell you the background. Parvati actually helps everybody in pain. She lives just away from the hospital, like road curves, and that's where all the poorer people live. She lives there. So everybody likes her. This woman is not doing anything bad. She wants to help. She does not know whether 3 days is good enough. Not for this girl. So she made it 5 days. What's the problem with it? I didn't promise you equal number of names. Children in community of my name. What's the problem when she gets 3 or 5? You're getting that. I gave you a hint. I gave you a very clear hint.
She's going to go tell the community.
That's a different aspect of it. That relates to blinding. Yeah, I told you she lives down the road where the poorer sections start. Poverty is an independent confounder for deaf in children with pneumonia. When you randomize known and unknown confounders. Things you know about and things you don't know. That's what randomization means. So that allocation should not be done by the person who is recruiting. So when you're reading a paper, for risk of bias, you're looking for all these things. How did they generate the random sequence? How did they hide it? Who did what? Right? When you come to during the experiment, you're trying to make sure nobody knows who's getting what. Ophthalmologists will call this masking. They don't like the word blinding. Right. So, what is a double blind trial? Who is blinding? The participant, yes.
Giver and the receiver. Giver and the receiver. Both.
Giver and the receiver. The participant is the receiver. Giver is the person who knows distributing the medicines. And you see it. All the investigators. What about head of the department? Problem is this already I've got multiple answers. Right. So consort says don't use the word double blind. Because for a trial to be really blinded, the investigator, the participant, and the outcome assessor also should not. Especially if it is a subjective outcome. So you're supposed to say participant, care provider, outcome assessor, data entry operator, and the department blinded. You have to say who was blind. So when on the paper someone says double blind, it doesn't necessarily mean double blind. Unless they tell you, you will not know. Okay. This looks after performance bias, and we are also interested in assessment bias. Right? So all of these things you will do in great detail tomorrow or day after in your taking risk performance. That's what I had to do for this paper. And I now know that particular paper is good. We have the risk of bias. Now can I use it? We have to make decisions much faster than this. What morning I'm going to? I will answer the question. Coffee is waiting. So I have to think my friend, not generalize, this particularization, this person. I already know it's very useful for outcome. I can trust the result. Very important outcome is important for my friend. What else do I need to? Fantastic. So these are the two questions. One people will say, this was done in Auckland. It should work in India. Very common question. Look only for Indian studies. My question is there any biological reason to believe it will not work in Indian women? It will, right? So that is not a good enough reason not to use it. Is it safe? What are the harms of taking short course of steroids? I couldn't think of, I thought maybe gastritis or infection. Steroids can increase the risk of infection. I know papers there which now show if you use steroids in pregnancy like this, you can increase the potential of infection, puerperal sepsis in the community. But I can look at this and say, this study was done in Auckland. That means in the hygienic conditions are good. Some of them mothers were, 500 of them were given steroids. Nobody got any. So I can tell my friend, you want all this evidence, make sure everything is hygienically done. So I'm trade off between benefit and risk. What else you want to know? Is it affordable? Cheap. Is it available over the counter without a prescription? Is it difficult to take? Not difficult to take at all. Right? What else should I do? Is there anything else you can do? I don't have any other alternatives. One last question, which you should ask. What would my friend want to do? That's what I should ask you. But unless I can help her with this, she can't make that decision. So when you're practicing evidence-based medicine, you have to have an opinion and you have to be able to lay that opinion out for whoever your advisor is, and they should be able to make that decision with your action. Combine it. Any other question? You have all the evidence before one trial. Life is not so easy. I'm showing you a graph on the same result. This one is Higgins. 9 no difference, 0.61, 0.41, 0.90. Confidence in. One look at it and you know it's useful. Right? I found another trial, same PICO, smaller sample size, wider confidence intervals. What do I do now? I have one trial which says it works, one says I don't know me even harm. That is when I came across the logo of the Cochrane collaboration. Right? This is one of their first systematic reviews. They found 7 trials because they were systematic for the same question. They found one more trial, like my ligand, which said it works. But they have 5 trials which shows may work, may not. Now what do I do? Do you use steroids? Go for 5, maybe 5 minutes. You won't use it. Yeah. The problem is this. You have to vote counting. 2, 4, 5 against. 5. What is the problem? When you do vote counting, 2 big trials is cancelled by 2 small trials. Not a good way of looking at it. Because another question is, do you know my friend? You don't know my friend. She is somebody. You say, yes, depending on if you're an optimist or a pessimist. 2 trials are there, give it here. Will you do it for your sister? Not a good way of looking at evidence. So what you do is synthesize the results of all the studies, giving more weight to the larger study with more data. Then you get a fine result which tells you steroids saves lives. That's what meta-analysis does. So I was able to tell my friend, go ahead and use it. Right? This is an update. There are many more updates. I'll give you one more update. 21 studies now. And he told me there is no risk of the mother dying. I not even thought of that. Told you no mother will die. Very little risk of vocal sepsis. But all these studies came from high income countries. Treatment with antenatal steroids reduces the risk 0.69. Confidence interval is much better now, 0.8. More studies, more patients. Very much like ligands, but much more confident. Right? But it gave me many, many other outcomes which were not there in ligands. So systematic review has the potential of giving you much more answering more questions than any one trial, depending on what questions you want. Because different trials will have different outcomes. You can take the outcome you want from both and pull them. What I want you to tell me is, are the results of all these outcomes statistically significant and likely to be clinically important? So I'll take you to the next slide. This is something you're going to be very good at. First one, RDS, 0.66. Respiratory distress syndrome is an undesirable outcome. Anything less than 1 favors clearance. How much better? 100 minus 66. 34% reduction, right? What is the best estimate? About 41%. What is the least estimate? At least 27%. Are you happy with that? At the very least, 27% reduction in RDS. Cerebroventricular hemorrhage, same thing. Least estimate is 0.69. Fantastic. Necrotizing enterocolitis, least estimate is 0.74, at least 26% reduction. Respiratory support, intensive care admission. The estimate itself is 0.8, 20%. Least estimate is 1%. Is it statistically significant? Yes, doesn't include 1. Is it clinically important? No. It says this may not be a chance difference, but I need more evidence before I can be sure on that outcome. Right? If you look at systemic infections, least effect is 0.85. If you're happy with a 15% reduction, that is your minimum clinically important benefit. You have to decide that. Okay, so this is how you interpret these studies. So based on this kind of approach, people now say that RCTs are the best study and systematic review are the best. This is wrong. This is not a wrong, correct interpretation at all. Depending on the question you ask, a systematic review of both study designs is the best evidence. Okay, and the term evidence-based medicine itself is a myth, because very often there is no evidence. Even if the evidence is there, it may be rubbish, or it may be good, but you can't afford it, you can't get it, nobody wants it. Right? But so what we use now is evidence-informed healthcare. It can inform your decisions. And systematic reviews are an important part of that because it gives you synthesized evidence. This is a very, very, very famous study, which is always used in EBM teaching. Talks about, look on the left of the line. What do you see there? You see a forest of lines. So that's called a forest plot. Each of them is odds ratio and 95% confidence interval for 33 trials done over 30 years, randomizing more than 36,000 patients to either get streptokinase IV or no streptokinase to prevent death after myocardial infarction. Right? If you look, you will find 6 trials clearly show benefit. The other, they're not sure. But when you pool the results, you get a pooled estimate which clearly favors streptokinase. Streptokinase saves lives. So these authors, Joseph Lau and all, asked, did you need 33 trials, 30 years, and 36,000 patients to come to this conclusion? Could we not have known this earlier? So on the other side, they did the cumulative meta-analysis, where they took the second study and pooled it with the first. And they took the third study and pooled it with the previous 2. So that by around 1973, when they had only 7 trials and 22,432 patients, they were clear the streptokinase saves lives. But the world went on randomizing, right? 1986, you see, 11,000 patients. This is 17,000 patients. Now, you got very narrow confidence intervals. But if you were in an ethics committee in 1973, when that trial came for approval, and you had pooled the results, then I'm likely you would have allowed that trial. Real goes to take place. Right? So while we were killing people in research, during research, what was happening in the real world? Nobody was recommending thrombolysis. Routine textbooks, none of them were recommending thrombolysis until around mid 80s. In fact, David Weatherall, I think the editor of the Oxford textbook, had to make public apology when it came out. He says, we didn't know this is what we should do. Right. So meanwhile, what were they recommending? Prophylactic lidocaine. Routinely being recommended when there was cumulative evidence of no benefit for a long, long, long time. So that's why you need systematic reviews. Otherwise, you'll kill people, right? Or you use useless interventions which doesn't help anyone. Okay. So this was the life-saving therapies were delayed for more than a decade when treatments had shown it had given up. So if you want to make any guideline today, this is the definition. You should have be based on a systematic review of existing evidence developed by a multidisciplinary panel of experts which looks at all the outcomes that are really important, which means the systematic review should also be thinking of what are the outcomes I need to put in. Whether it's there or not doesn't matter. Whether you find data or not, you look for it. And it should be based on an explicit and transparent process that minimizes bias, conflicts of interest. And there should be some connection between the pool estimate that you get and your confidence in that pool estimate. Will it work? Will it not work? Can I trust it? That's what we will teach you through the rest of the day. So this is an introduction to why you need systematic reviews. You cannot depend only on one trial. Sometimes it will be a very, very big trial. Good. But ideally, we should look to pool studies together. Let's break for coffee. We'll come back. No, we'll be back in the evening.
ये 3 है ना?
Evidence pyramid, systematic review actually depends on what your question was. Now, this is the latest iteration of the levels of evidence from the Center of Evidence-Based Medicine. They put it like this. So, what you see here says the best evidence to answer the question of how common is a problem. Local and current random sample surveys above symptomatic means. So, this is exactly what I was talking this morning. The best data for you is real life data. Real life. We don't have that. That is the best kind of data, right? So you want to look at local prevalence, you need your local data. That's the best. Then systematic reviews of some other place, which allows you to match for local conditions. So whatever you're saying, man, there are various things to ask depending on that. What are the does this intervention help? A systematic review of randomized trials or N of one trials? What is N of one trial? Sample size is one person. So N of one trial is like what you would do in routine clinical practice. I have a patient, I'm giving you this treatment. It didn't work, I'm giving you another treatment. What do you think this is planned in advance? And there is blinding. You don't know what that person is getting. Like that kind of stuff. So there are various ways you want to get evidence from. Right? And everybody says systematic reviews are the top. But there is a change in that kind of thinking. This is the old evidence pyramid. Only interventions. Systematic review and meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials. That is the revised pyramid, where the systematic reviews are taken away from that pyramid. That's one. And secondly, it's not a straight line saying randomized controlled trials are always better than cohort studies. Acknowledges the fact that in some situations your randomized trials may be less useful than a cohort study. You can have badly done randomized controlled trials. Right? A cohort study will probably be much better than that badly done randomized controlled trial. Okay, so there is no one study design which forever is going to be the best. Depends on how it's done, depends on how it's reported, depends on what are the outcomes they chose, what are the comparators they did. You may find that a cohort study is more useful for you than a randomized trial which is looking at outcomes you're not interested. Okay, so in this way of looking at it, and when you're doing grade, you realize that sometimes you will do a systematic review of observational studies, cohort studies. That can end up with high certainty evidence. Right? So what we are now in the world of evidence doing is we are having two separate things. How good is the evidence in terms of usefulness? Can you trust it? That sort of decision. And then can you use it? Right? That requires different considerations. So from that framework, systematic reviews are just a lens through which you're looking at the evidence. You're using systematic reviews to say, how good is the evidence out here? In itself, it's only a way of looking at the evidence. So this is a new way of looking at the evidence hierarchy. Do you understand what I'm saying? What are you doing? Your systematic review is trying to find what available evidence there is, decide whether it's appropriate to combine all of them together, right? Then you're assessing how good are the studies, how well are they done, or are they likely to be biased, right? And how useful is that study? Systematic review helping you to look at all those things. That is being used by some policy makers. So, what the systematic review is doing is providing the evidence footprint for a guideline. offer a health technology assessment. It is the evidence footprint that policymakers need. Ideally. Okay. So if you look at that, a summary of findings table from a systematic review is actually all well-done systematic review, all that a policymaker needs is a summary of findings table, right? And that can be used as the evidence footprint to inform the policy making process. These are two separate things. So before you leave here, you will know what goes into this and you know what goes into that. Today, we are talking about this. Keeping in mind that we want this to be useful to the person. Okay. And this mind the gap is talking about there is a big gap between what passes off as research, published or unpublished, and what you need for as evidence. Right? The job of a systematic review author is to bridge that gap and say, this is the kind of question I want to answer. You're not doing a literature search. You're doing a focus search for a question you want to answer, finding the studies in your systematic review, summarizing it in a table, and then providing it either as a policy brief or a discussion with people who want to make the guideline. And they decide, do I want to use it? So if you look at health technology assessment, I think AIIMS Bhopal is also considered an HTA center according to the website. You may not know it, but according to the HTA website, AIIMS Bhopal is there. So in the HTA process, you're looking for evidence about any one of these medicine, vaccines, devices, surgical interventions, service delivery models, population level interventions, clinical interventions. Then you look for efficacy, safety, economic considerations. But what provides all that is systematic. And you may ask multiple questions. And each question may require a systematic review of a different kind of study design. So if you want to make a policy, you want to know how common is the condition. You might need a systematic review of prevalence studies, right? And what interventions? There may be 5 different interventions. You might want to summarize all those interventions separately or combine them in some other form. So the question can be answered by a systematic review, but the design a systematic review will include depends on what question you're asking. So evidence synthesis is the process of finding and combining the results of multiple studies, similar studies, right? And you're trying to generate new knowledge. So from that way, it is like research. You call it secondary research, but it's like a primary research study in the sense that you have a hypothesis and you have an inclusion-exclusion criteria, and you're trying to come up with some definitive knowledge. Whether we know the result, we don't know the answer, whatever it is. And systematic reviews and meta-analysis are the tools of evidence synthesis. And you can have quantitative systematic reviews and qualitative. Qualitative studies also you can do systematic reviews, right? Because policy questions sometimes you might want to know what people think about kidney. You'll do a qualitative systematic review of focus group studies and things of that sort. Now, what basically systematic review is you're trying to use any specified eligibility criteria to answer a specific research question using systematic methods to minimize bias in the whole process. From the way you frame the question to how you get the study, how you pull the data, you must be aware of the biases inherent in those studies and your own bias when you're doing a systematic. So if you do a good systematic review, then you have a good chance of answering relevant policy questions. So the key characteristics and where it differs from a regular review article is that it's got a method section. Review articles generally don't have a method section. They don't tell you how they did it, why they did it. They just do and tell you this is the. So what they are doing is reporting to you what is there in the literature. Right. Whereas here, in a systematic review, you have an explicit question and you have a method section which tells you how are you going to do the entire review. Right. That is your protocol. Your protocol is your method section. background and method section. Okay. And in that protocol, you have to report how you search all the sources that you searched and what term you used to search, right? And how did you select the studies and stuff. And then the risk of bias in each of the studies and the risk of bias for each outcome for the studies. So there are two ways of looking at risk of bias. A study you can look at and say this study has got selection bias, yes, no, whatever, right? And all the studies in your review, you have the risk of bias assessment for. That's fine. But we want to know, we have a outcome which is important to us. Let's say it's death. And out of the 10 studies in your review, only 5 have reported death. Right? I want to know for the outcome of death from these 5 studies, what is the risk of bias? How is it going to affect my outcome? Okay, so there are two. So the earlier way of doing risk of bias, we should take studies and do risk of bias. The new way which you will learn of risk of bias of trials is it's outcome specific. For each outcome, you want to know overall what is the risk of bias. Okay. And then we need to have confidence in the cumulative estimates and a presentation where they're connecting this outcome, this many trials, this many participants, this is the relative risk and confidential interval, this is the absolute risk difference with these. And finally, when we do our grade assessment, I have high certainty in this result for these interventions. So that's what we will end up with. We finish a summary of findings. So there are various kinds of systematic review. So when you're doing an intervention review, which is largely what we're talking about here, right? You can do any drug, vaccine, psychotherapy, whatever it is. Then you can have, there are also diagnostic test accuracy reviews. I think you'll have a short talk on it somewhere. And when you're trying to compare two diagnostic tests or more, right? And then you have prognosis reviews. What would happen with treatment or without treatment in a group of people? That's another kind of review. Then you can have qualitative evidence synthesis, where you should focus group studies or in-depth interviews or whatever it is. They can complement. For example, I don't know how many of you have read the Thoughts for TB review, done by Paul Garner and Jimmy Wallning. It created a controversy. Why? You know what DOTS is, no? What is it?
Patient has to come to the clinic.
So what the problem with that is, the whole program of DOTS is much, much bigger than direct observation. It's a countrywide commitment to getting the drugs, procuring it. That's the DOTS program. But they named it after the one with direct observation. The Cochrane Review found trials done from various places, including from Nepal and all, whether you take the medicine yourself or your DOTS provider gives it to you on counsel, there is no difference in curing. The outcome, right? Here's the controversy. WHO went on the rampage. Huge problem. But one interesting thing was some people were looking at it, they found there was some heterogeneity. In some studies, DOTS was better. In some studies, it was not better. So they did a qualitative, somebody else did a qualitative systematic review to try and understand why are these studies different. And they found, it's a nice publication, they found in people whom the diagnosis of TB is stigmatizing, they won't go to a DOTS center. Women, many women, if they're diagnosed with TB, it's a big problem for them. Right? So they don't want to go to a DOTS. I have myself gone to a DOTS clinic next to one hospital here because we wanted to know what's happening. And we asked I think it is one of the mutual hospitals, we asked them, there's a DOTS center there. What do you think? Do you think they're all directly following? I said, no, man. They don't think patients won't go there. We get the medicines for them. And we give it to them. But in the government records, it is direct observation. So, the qualitative systematic review found that if I go to a DOTS center and they give me some additional value by being there, then they will go. not just for the direct observation. So you can use qualitative systematic reviews to try and understand what's going on qualitatively. And there are methodology reviews, which I've looked at, for example, what aspects of a randomized controlled trial will lead to wrong results. So we're talking about selection bias. No? So they have found that if you do not conceal allocation, right, there is a chance that you will overestimate treatment benefit by up to 40%. That means if you don't, what they did was they looked at papers where they described clearly how they randomized, generated the sequence and concealed allocation. And if it was described properly, it was done properly, they noted what the result was. And if you found that they didn't describe it or got done badly, right, they noted the result. It clearly overestimates. It is unpredictable. Think of this way, you can have multiple bias, you can cancel everything. So that's one of the things that systematic reviews have been doing, looking at the methods of research. Then you can have overviews. The thing is, when you go to Wikipedia to seek an answer for a health problem, it tells you what is the illness, how frequent it is, and what is the treatments you can give. Right? If you go to the Cochrane Library, it will tell you one intervention. Patients want to know how do I treat my condition. Whereas in Cochrane, you're looking at one intervention versus another intervention, which is why we got Cochrane to partner with Wikipedia, so that Cochrane editors now put Cochrane review knowledge into Wikipedia. There is actually a synergy in what Wikipedia wants to do, which is basically all knowledge should be made available for everybody, ideally free. And Cochrane wants that all health decisions should be based on evidence. So there is a synergy. Then there are rapid reviews, which very often happens, especially when COVID took place. Everybody wants an answer tomorrow. So this thing of doing reviews, trying to be as efficient and not so thorough, but get generalized, quickly you get your answer. And then there are multiple other types of reviews, some of which you will talk about. For example, you have scoping reviews, where you just want to know what's out there. Generally, what do people think about? So when you really don't know much about that area, you look to see what are all the options. It's called a scoping. They're not doing a meta-analysis. They're deciding what is the field like in this particular topic. Or you can have mixed methods reviews, where you have qualitative and quantitative together, and then they try and put them together and make some kind of a conclusion. And you have also multiple treatment meta-analysis or network meta-analysis reviews, where you have direct and indirect impacts. We'll have a talk on that sometime during this talk. Okay. Then you also have individual patient data meta-analysis. What we are doing when you do meta-analysis, you're getting a paper which gives you the average aggregate results for that sample, right? But there are many situations where that aggregate result, the data is not good enough. So sometimes you have consortia which will say, we're going to do a individual patient data meta-analysis. Every patient's raw data you get. And then you do a meta-analysis after you clean all that. So there are lots of reviews, but we want to focus only today on simple intervention reports. That's the one that has been best studied and the methods are very clear. So meta-analysis is different from systematic. The meta-analysis is only an optional and one part of a review. Systematic reviews are larger too. And it just is the way you're combining the results of individual studies statistically. That's all it refers to. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to get an average. That means I've got 5 trials here comparing drug A and drug B. On average, how much does drug A compare to drug B for this particular round? An average. But it's a weighted average. It's not a simple average. I'll explain what I mean by that. And the main advantage is that when you increase your sample size because you have many more studies, your confidence intervals, you get more precise results. It gives you more power to assess the differences. Because many small studies may not be able to give you a result, but when you pull them all together, your sample size is bigger, so you get more precise results. But if you do not do meta-analysis within the scope of a systematic review, you can make a lot of mistakes. Because if you have not realized that there are other studies out there, you have not done a comprehensive search, right? You may not get a clear result. If you do not actually assess the risk of bias in each of the studies and how they affect your outcome, you can have a wrong result. Right? If you don't ask yourself, why are the studies so inconsistent? This one says it works, this one says it doesn't work, but the average is saying it works. Something is wrong. Unless you can explain that, you'll get wrong results. Or even if you have all that, you need to know, in my context, can I use those results? Which means you need to know who are the people in the studies. What was their setting? What were the interventions, the doses used? Is that what I want to use here? So systematic review tells you this is what we plan to do for all. Most people, when they start doing meta-analysis, they're so eager to know what the meta-analysis is. They don't even read the paper, they just take the numbers and put it into Redman. And they get a meta-analysis. Gives you thrill. They don't know what is in that. That's the problem. The software makes it easy for us to be fooled. So easy to do. Anybody can do a meta-analysis. Just take two numbers from each paper. Number of people who got the treatment out and found out. Put people can put it into the software, it will do it. But what are you putting it into? That's what it takes. So time. So there are systematic reviews which don't have a meta-analysis. Okay. Now, to know what a good systematic, to do a good systematic review, you should know what is expected in a systematic review. So the very first thing is you need a competent author team. Review articles, you'll have one person doing. Systematic review, you can never have just one person. You need at least two. Ideally, there should be a mix of content experts, somebody who knows the topic. If it's a malaria review, someone who knows malaria or willing to read up extensively about malaria. Right? Then ideally somebody who knows the methods of how to interpret data, how to, some kind of statistical knowledge. Right? Cochrane is very clear. In your team, you should have somebody who's already done a systematic, published. Then only we will accept that team. But don't be discouraged, you can learn on it. You can join a team where somebody, they need some help. Right? You can always learn on. And the other thing about conflicts of interest, one of the issues is sometimes the person who wants to know the answer for that question is a person who's already done a trial or some research on that question. Right? They want to be authors of systematic reviews. So that creates a potential conflict which you can resolve. You declare, I am an author of a study. But you should have a policy and you stick to the policy that the risk of bias for that study is not going to be done by you. It will be done by an independent person. Right? So as long as you can show how you're managing the conflict, that's fine. Okay. Another thing about sponsorship. There are a lot of research which shows that drug companies sponsor systematic review and independently done systematic review. The same topic give you different answers. There's a lot of bias, and many drug companies have writers who come for our workshops and systematic reviews and look very perplexed when we start telling them that we're looking for truth. They look very disappointed because they are not looking for truth. They're looking how to put the spin on their product. Then you need something in your background, focus about what is the problem, how common is it, right? And what are the consequences of having this problem? What is the current treatment that you use? And what is the treatment you are trying to introduce, right? And how is it likely to work? So people need to know what are you trying to do. All the complexities that you want to bring into the review should be there in your mind. And the last thing is, why is it, you have to justify why is the systematic review required? It could be that there are lots of trials and they're giving conflicting results. And I want to do a good evidence synthesis. It could be that there is an existing systematic review. It is a very old one. And the questions I have are slightly more than what they're asking, and there are neutral fields. That's why I want to update. Some justification. Okay. And then you should have a clear five objectives. And ideally, objective should be just one statement to assess the efficacy and safety of this intervention versus that in people with this condition on these outcomes, something like that. So your PICO statement should be summarized in a one-line objective, right? And then you'll have to have a detailed section where it talks about what is your population, what's the intervention, what are the comparisons, and what are your important outcomes, what time point, right? Much more detailed fleshing out of what you want to be. And then the protocol, you need to have this thing with the inclusion and exclusion criteria and everything else that I'm going to tell you to be there, right? And then it should be registered before you do your search. That's the idea, right? So Prospero is a online base which you can register, but they may take time and they don't accept scoping reviews and things of that sort. There are many other sources where you can register. Open source is one case. You can look, just Google, where can I register my systematic review? It'll give you all the places where you can register. Prospero is a common one. You will get a Prospero registration, right? So what this registration does, it's like your clinical trials register. You are registering your trial, saying this population, this intervention, this dose, this comparison, this outcome. Same kind of thing you're doing with the systematic, right? But you're also adding what are your analytical methods that you plan to use. Okay. The other option is you can publish, you can do Prospero, get a registration number, you can publish your protocol. But that requires you to write a full protocol. Prospero is one or two lines. So it's a bare essences. But you can publish protocols. There are trial journals which accept systematic, the journal called systematic review. They're very happy to take your book. Okay, it's a peer review protocol. Okay. And then in the protocol, you need to write your search strategy, which should be electronic, all the electronic databases you search, and any other database. You will have a lot of session on searching tomorrow. And ideally, there should be no language restrictions. Many people will say English language articles. You don't need to restrict yourself. Whatever article comes in the search, it may be in Chinese, right? Very simply, you can just take cut and paste the abstract and put it into Google Translate. It will give you an idea, you at least have an idea, can I include or exclude this study? Just by looking at the abstract, right? I've had Korean studies. And what I've done is I've driven from Chennai, from Vellore all the way to Chennai. There is a Korean automobile factory there. They make all these Korean cars. There is a Korean restaurant. There is a Korean shop. So I go there quietly, buy something, and get them to translate that abstract for me. Include, exclude, none. Right? I've had Chinese studies. We had some Chinese students studying. I'll call them for dinner. After, having a nice time and they're happy, can you please translate this for me? He'll do it. And I'll acknowledge that. Right? So don't, ideally you shouldn't restrict. Why am I saying this? If you only look at PubMed, the chances are you get a largely North American kind of feel. PubMed is the electronic version of what? When we were students, what were we looking at? There was no PubMed. Yeah. We had Index Medicus and Excerpta Medica. Yes. Index Medical became PubMed, National Library. Excerpta Medica became Embase. That's largely European. So there are some journals which are only there in Embase. They're indexed there, not in PubMed. So unless you search multiple databases, chances are you'll miss some studies. There is a Chinese database registered. There is a Japanese register. So there are many non-indexed Indian articles. So you need to be able to search all of this. And tomorrow you'll get an idea of how to do it. Then you need to have a selection process. So what you're doing is somebody's running the search for you. You can retrieve your search either in reference manager software or Word document, whatever you do, right? Then two people ideally have to independently just screen the title in the abstract based on your PICO. So if you said you only include randomized controlled trials, your first thing is not an RCT exclude, right? If it's an RCT and you say, I want only children, you will say this is adults. Or you've got adults and children, but there's no data separate for children. Exclude something. So you need to have that criteria. And the ones you exclude, which are relevant to your thing, you should have a reason for why you exclude. Right? Because it's not an RCT. Because the population was wrong, because the comparison was wrong. Right? That's what you do. And you need to have a Prisma flow diagram, which is very much like your consort flow diagram. Here, what are the database you searched? How many studies did you find anything? How you exclude all the duplicates? This many articles you had, and some of them were excluded because they were completely irrelevant. Right. Then you got so many articles which you got the full text for. And from the full text articles, how many do you exclude? Why? Not population intervention from whatever it is. And then you've got some studies, you'll say, okay, this many studies are included in my systematic review, qualitative synthesis. The systematic review starts with the qualitative summary of what you found, where was the study done, who were included. Then finally, how many studies are there in the meta-analysis? Because some studies may not have all the data you need, but you still say, I can't use it, or it could be some could be ongoing studies. So there's a thing you'll learn all about that tomorrow. Then you have to take each included study and extract data from it, enough for you to say what were the methods, what were their inclusion exclusion criteria, what were the details of the interventions they used and their comparisons, what were their outcomes, primary, secondary, and for you, what are the outcomes you want, critically important outcomes for your review, right? And whether they registered their trial was it registered? Why would you want to know that? Why would you want to know that the trial is registered? 90% can do the same thing. 90% can do the same thing. You are looking to see whether what is all the evidence, right? Okay, what you're saying is that trial registration can help you to look at ages. Maybe.
Provides deviations from the initial starting process.
You want a trial registration for major thing is, do you think their publication is reporting accurately compared to what they said they did? Because there is evidence which shows that very often you find that they got approval. There's a study which is done in Scandinavia, looked at all their ethics committee approvals, right? And then they looked at protocol from that. Then they looked at the already published protocol. And then the actual publication. And there are many instances where the primary outcome became a secondary outcome, secondary outcome became primary outcome, all because of how statistically significant they were. That is what you're trying to detect. Right? So it's good to see whether the protocol, that is a registration, was prospectively registered or was it after the trial started. If it's prospectively registered, you know this is what they meant to do. Then you can look and see did they actually do that. That's the reason you want to prospectively. And also from each study, you have to make some decision about conflicts of interest. Just because it's a drug company study doesn't automatically make it conflict of interest. Because drug companies sometimes do very good trials because they need agency approval. FDA has to approve it. So they are very, very clear and they're all data monitoring and all that stuff. But what you're looking for is a statement in the paper saying that the authors all had, there should be independent authors as well, not only the drug company, right? The authors should not be stockholders in the company. If you look very carefully, what are the potential conflicts of interest? Was there a decision to, if they say, for example, these authors are all over or not, then you can say, okay, probably not conflicts of interest, right? So if it's a potential conflict of interest, you need to know in your data extraction because you might want to go back and revisit this particular study. See, If I remove the study which had potential conflicts of interest, will it make a difference to my outcome? That is a sensitivity analysis. How sensitive are my results to the inclusion of bias studies? Right. So what you're doing here is your protocol, you need to have a data extraction form, including all of these things, so that you extract from each paper uniformly all these facts, everything. So when you finish one data extraction on your form, you don't need to go back and look at the paper at all. Everything is there. All the things you need. Okay. Then you need to have a description of who's going to extract data. Here also they have advices that these two people independently extract data and resolve difference by some mechanism, either by referring to some senior person or by contacting the authors or consensus. Right? And you have to know what are you going to do with missing data. All of that you do in the section when on Thursday. Then you need to write what tool do you use to assess risk of bias and for your judgments. What are the reasons that you have to describe that? And then you need to know how are you going to do your meta-analysis? What is your effect measure? Is it odds ratio, relative risk, whatever it is? And how do you decide whether you want to pull the results or not? And what meta-analysis method are you going to use and what software you're going to use? So we cover all of this. I'm just giving you an idea. This is what needs to go into a system. Then you need to know how do you assess heterogeneity, inconsistency? How do you know how to detect it? So why am I saying all this? Because you have write all this in your protocol. Right? And if you do not know what heterogeneity is, what are you going to write? So I'm explaining the whole review for you so that you can then, when you put in your protocol, tailor make all that to your review. I've seen people who have copied from different reviews for their protocol. They come for review completion workshop and they say, sir, I don't know what I wrote here. What does this mean? So they copied something, they don't know what this means. So you should know when you're writing your protocol what all of this is so that your protocol will make sense to you. Okay. Then sensitivity analysis and finally summary of findings. So what for the summary of findings, you have to decide these are the outcomes I am going to include in my summary of findings table. Clearly, my primary critically important outcomes or the important outcome. All of that should be there. We cover that on Friday or Saturday. And based on this, you will interpret your results and you will discuss your implications. Cochrane reviews don't make recommendations. We only discuss the implications on clinical practice and on future research. You're going to get PDFs of this, don't worry. So, there is a nice article in PMJ 2017 which tells you how to make your systematic review more informative for people. One of the criticisms they're saying is that when you read the person is talking about an intervention, there is not enough details about the intervention so as to know how to do it. If it's a surgical intervention or something more complex than just a pill, right? So they've got a lot of recommendations in this. And it's when you're planning your review, when you're conducting the review, when you're reporting the review, they give you some advice on how to make it more fleshed out. You can just download that and read it. And they ask you to use this TIDIER checklist template for describing your interventions, especially if you're doing slightly complex reviews, public health kind of reviews. You should use the checklist. Okay. So it's basically asking you why, what, who provided, how, where, and when and how much did you tailor the intervention in any way, any modifications, and how well did you actually adhere to what they said. That's the kind of information you get from that idea framework when you're writing your. So there is a prisma for protocols. Okay, so when you are writing a protocol, it should follow prisma guidelines for protocols. There is also a prisma for literature search. You can get all these. If you do the Equator Network, you've heard of the Equator Network, right? Equator Network, you just Google it, you find the website, all these reporting standards you can download. right, for literature searching. And also for literature searching, there is a guideline statement on to see how adequate is your electronic searching worth doing. So when you write a search strategy, you want to check it. You can go to this statement, it's got a website address. It will tell you whether your literature search is adequate or not. It's called the press guideline statement. And the final review has the following press mark for the review itself. Okay. So these are core documents that you should know when you're reading. Okay. So rapid reviews, there is now some guideline on how to conduct a rapid review. Basically, you're taking shortcuts. Right. So updated recommendations on what can go into it. So basically, then you don't search all the databases. One way, this and this will do. Or don't choose too many outcomes, just choose one or two. Right? And if you're assessing risk of bias, mainly for your primary outcomes. Right? And then instead of two people independently doing it, one person does it, the other person checks it. So ways of making it shorter and quicker. Right? So that the recommendations you can get from this article, in the 2024. All of them are free access. Then you can go to the Cochrane website, cochrane.org, and you'll find you can download the, not download, you can find the online version of the Cochrane handbook, right? In places like Scandinavia, nobody does workshops. They all read the handbook. If you read the handbook, you don't need to come to any workshop. Everything is there. How to do systematic review, how to plan it, what are the methods, different perspectives, other topics, everything you want to do. And you can go to the Cochrane library. You can access the Cochrane library from cochrane.org, and you can go back to Cochrane from this website. And the Cochrane library, you can search. So I'm going to use an example that I usually use. We're going to go through a review. Okay? And this review became necessary because this girl, Gauri Galapati, was working with the anti-malaria campaign in Sri Lanka. She had a question in 2002. Why is it that in India, Sri Lanka, and some other countries like Pakistan and the region, when we want to prevent relapses due to virus malaria, we are using 5 days of primary? When WHO says, normally what you do is you give chloroquine. Chloroquine kills the blood forms within 1 day, fever and all stop. But there's a hypnozoite which goes and resides in the liver. The chloroquine doesn't go anywhere there. So you have to use primaquine to kill those hypnozoites. Otherwise, they will come out and you get a relapse. Right. So WHO says that you should give 14 days of primaquine following chloroquine. Whereas India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and all it is 5 days. So she had this quandary, and then she contacted Paul Garner from the infectious diseases group. He was a coordinating editor. In fact, she went there and sat with him, and they wrote a protocol for this review. And then she came back, and she and her co-author were going to finish the review. But then when they sent it in for checking, they found a lot of errors. So by that time, Paul Garner has helped was funding us some of our work. So we were part of this healthcare group. And I'd gone to Sri Lanka to do a workshop like this. So Paul Garner asked me, what's up, can you just talk to Gauri and help her with the review? I'm a psychiatrist. So Vivax, give me a review. I sat there for 2 days. All I could about Vivax malaria, found all the mistakes that she made in her review. Not her fault. Because she didn't have the time to go and read the handbook like that. There were a lot of mistakes. So we published that review. So that review also got updated. So if you have a laptop, you can do this. Ideally, workshop all of you should have laptops. It should be online. Anyway, if you go to Cochrane Library and you type here Primaquine, capital AMD, and Vivax. Let's go there. Cochrane Library, Primaquine, AMD, Vivax. It's cochranelibrary.com. If you do that, you will find, if you connect with it, you'll find there are 7 Cochrane reviews which use the word Primaquine and Vivax. It tells you there are 258 trials in the Central Trial Registry, and there were two clinical answers, and somebody interpreted it. So we are interested in this one, the second one. Are you connected? Can you access it? So you'll find here, this is open access, this is free access. Some of the infections reviews group is very good. Most of their reviews are free to access or open access. So have you found this? Have you got to this page? No. Slow connection. I'll carry on, but you get onto that page, and when you get here and you click on this one, you will find it opens out like this. Primaquine for preventing relapse in people with Plasmodium vivax malaria who are treated with chloroquine. That's the review. This is the updated version we published in 2013. We are not going to update it anymore because, as far as we are concerned, the question has been changed. I mean, answered, right? And there are new questions. Now, every Cochrane review will come with an abstract followed by a plain language summary meant for lay people, in simple words. Okay? And then there'll be a summary of findings table, and then you have the structure of that. So here, you can go and click on View PDF, right? And you can download the entire PDF of the review. It's free to access. Please do that so you have an idea as to what a review looks like this. Okay? Or you can read it in the HTML version itself. So the review starts with the background, which is a description of the condition. And it talks about how widespread vivax malaria is. It's quite wide, especially in Southeast Asia. And it also talks about the fact that we earlier used to think that vivax malaria is not as serious as falciparum malaria. But now we know different. It can kill you. It can cause all kinds of problems. A lot of good research. And it can cause relapses, usually through epizooids. And there is a geographical distribution and change in the way these relapses occurs, depending on the temperate and the tropical kind of strains. But studies from India and all have shown that usually the relapse, that means from the infected organism, is manifest in the first 6 months. Right? But there's a problem when you live in endemic areas, you can get a reinfection. So generally, in vivax, in falciparum malaria, you use PCR to differentiate between a reinfection and a relapse. Now, in vivax, we know that as you grow older, you get a little bit more immunity. You won't get that many infections. Young people get more reinfections. Okay, so this information is there in the background. Why? It has got relevance to how we're going to define what our outcomes are and all. So we are looking at relapse. So we need to know all the complexities about relapse and reinfections and how we're going to differentiate that. In describing the intervention, chloroquine 25 milligram per day over 3 days is often used to treat the blood stage infection, and primaquine 0.25 milligram per kilogram daily for 14 days is what WHO recommends. And the total dose is important. So 210 milligrams in a course is what you have to take, right? And there's a problem that if you've got G6PD deficiency, primaquine can cause hemolysis. Now, there is a test for G6PD deficiency, but it's not widespread and it's expensive. So generally in public health services, often you don't test everybody for G6PD. But there are places in the subcontinent where people have a high level of G6PD deficiency, especially in the northeast frontier region, Pakistan, that area. A lot of people have G6PD deficiency. So there they don't use bread. That's the problem. So less commonly can cause methemoglobin, even very mild. That's not a problem. And nowadays everybody uses heart medicine and ACT combinations, but that doesn't help so much with hypnozoids. Primaquine is all you can use. There are other drugs like tafenoquine and gulaquine and stuff, they'll rocket come in. Phenytoin is the cheapest and most. So what I've done is I've talked in the background about this is a dangerous condition, causes problems. And here there are treatments, and 14 days is what they're saying you should treat. Then the next thing you're talking about, chloroquine kills within 24 hours all the circulating forms, and we need to be able to say that the person does not have chloroquine resistance. So usually what happens is within the first month, when the effect of chloroquine is there, you should not find any circulating parasites in your blood. Right. Why do I need to know all this? I need to know whether the papers have reports on this, the ones I'm taking. To know are they defining the same thing as I am? Right. Uh, so chloroquine failure means that you're not testing the effect of primaquine. Chloroquine is not good. Right. Paracetamol detected after 28 and within first month of life is our best estimate of what a relapse is. Because after 6 months, it could be a relapse or it could be a reinfection. Okay. Now, why is that important? Because some of my studies, I got follow up for 1 year. Some studies are for 6 weeks. So I need to group my studies and say, okay, less than 6 months, more than 6 months. Less than 6 months is clearly likely to be relapse. More than 6 months, I don't. Because we cannot use PCR. In virus malaria, PCR is not effective. Whereas in falciparum malaria, PCR will tell you whether it's the same bacteria that bit you or not. That's because the vivax parasite mutates quite a bit. There's a lot of genetics. Same thing with Gotcha. It has multiple clones of itself. So it's not accurate. I had to read a lot to find all this information. So reading the background is very important before you set up the review. To know what are the important things to do. I'm telling you, it takes time. But it's worth it. Because you are like a detective. I say Cochrane is the world's largest detective agency. Seriously, you feel like a detective when you do this. Okay. Now, why is it important to do this review? So we said, although India and Sri Lanka changed their policy from 5 to 14 when we published our first version of the review, right? But there are many places where 5 days is still being used, right? The main policy problems are poor adherence. The people rapidly become asymptomatic. They're not going to continue for 14 days. That's one of the problems. Then there is a fear that some people will have adverse events and stuff. So in the Northeast, they won't use. They don't take Primaquine. The thing is, we don't have good, easy, cheap, expedient deficiency treating kits. And sometimes there are places where there's Primaquine resistance in parts of the world, right? And so there are many suggestions. So by the time we finished reading up enough, we found people are giving different ways of treating primaquine. They're saying use a higher dose of primaquine after chloroquine for a shorter period of time, so that you can overcome the problem with adherence. Some people are saying use higher dose of primaquine for 14 days or longer to overcome primaquine deficiency resistance. Some people are saying make sure that you get the total adequate total dose. So, but give shorter periods, higher dose, shorter periods. Multiple suggestions. Some people say instead of giving chloroquine and then primaquine, give it, concurrent. And some people are saying don't give, especially in India. Some of our senior entomologists are saying give primaquine, chloroquine, give you relapsing, you give him primaquine. So these are all the potential things you have to say. What are we going to look for? Okay. And our objectives, therefore, were to compare alternative primaquine regimens to the recommended 14-day regimen to prevent relapse in people with vivax malaria treated for blood-stain infection with chloroquine. So, what is our intervention and what is our control in this? Intervention is the interval is WHO 14 days. That's the standard of care. Comparison experimental is any dose duration you give compared to 14. Should have a comparator arm 14 days. And both the arms should use chloroquine in the same dose. That's objective one. We had two objectives because some people say don't use chloroquine, don't use primaquine. So we said we summarized the evidence from trials comparing primaquine to no primaquine. So you give chloroquine, and one arm gets primaquine, any dose, duration, whatever, and the other arm does not get it. So we had two sets of objectives. Okay. And so types of studies, we look only for randomized controlled trials, but we also said we use quasi-randomized trials. What is a quasi-randomized trial? Pseudo-randomization. So basically, I said no randomization, you get a random sequence. There should be some method by which you can conceal this randomization sequence. Which are the methods you can conceal it? Yeah. So opaque, sealed, serially numbered envelopes. Right? This Cochrane is very said. All these elements should be there. It should be an opaque envelope, it should be serially numbered, it should be sealed. What people say we use the sealed envelope technique. You don't know what they mean. Why is it important? Julia Dewey is a lady who was involved in the magpie trial, magnesium sulfate trial, eclampsia. Whole trial, done all over, including India. In one of the centers in Africa, she went there, and they were very happy to see her. And she said, "Okay, where is your trial covered?" Only all the medicine, all packs given there. And then she saw that that cupboard is very clean, really clean. The area around that not that clean. So she knew somebody is cleaning this cupboard. So she said, "Can I look at the packs?" She looked at the packs. They are not serially numbered. They're kept in order, but they are not numbered. That number should correspond to the randomization code. So she said, "Who cleans this?" The cleaning lady. She called the cleaning lady and say, "Can you?" Cleaning lady took the things and shifted the order all around, cleaned everything, put it back. Order is all changed. You're in trouble. No way you know what. So anyway, those are all the ways you can. Now, what do you find? Like I told you, the nurse, open list of random numbers. Or I saw a paper that said every alternate day, people will get randomized according to the day they come to the surgery. So what is the problem with all this? You cannot conceal randomization. Everybody knows in advance. Those are quasi-randomized trials. And those are likely to be associated with high risk of bias. Then why are we including? I'll tell you why. There are some studies that say we exclude quasi-randomized trials. Editorial document library raised this question. A paper normally will get included if it says we randomized. We don't describe how they randomized. We will include it. Somebody tells you how we randomized, you're including. So how do you know that that fellow who said we randomized actually randomized what they randomized? So what the advice is you include, then you assess later on. I remove the quasi-randomized trials or trials at high risk of bias. These trials will get listed as potentially high risk of bias when you do the risk of bias assessment. So one of the things in the sensitivity analysis, after you've done your analysis, you say, I did a sensitivity analysis to see how robust my results were to risk of bias. If I retain only high risk studies, no low risk studies, what is my result? If I remove high risk studies, what is my result? So that's the idea. We said we keep it, we are not going to exclude. Types of participants, adults and children. You have to decide adults and children only. If you say only adults and there are some children, then you have to ask yourself, what if there is a study? There were some children, most of them were adults. You can make an arbitrary cutoff and say, provided I will include studies including adults and children, provided children constitute less than 10% of the sample. Something of that sort. Some way of including those studies. We said, for example, we are excluding people with mixed infections. You can't have falciparum and vivax. So if you think clearly my inclusion criteria, what will I do? See, I'm not doing the study. I'm looking at paper somebody else has done. What will I do if I find a paper that they've got a mixed? Will I include or exclude? If I'm going to include, what are the conditions under which I include? Be clear about it. Then types of intervention. So we have two objectives. Well, the first objective, the intervention is primaquine any dose or primaquine any dose or duration uh, other than that is used in the control group plus chloroquine. The control is 15 milligrams for 14 days. The asterisk is to say that the both should have the same dose. Both groups should have the same dose and duration of chloroquine. The second objective, primaquine, any dose or duration plus chloroquine, and the control is placebo or no intervention, only chloroquine. That's the okay. Uh, outcome measures. We only had three outcomes. One was Vivax paracythemia detected more than 30 days after starting primaquine, and serious adverse events. We define that as fatal, life-threatening, or requiring hospitalization. And third adverse event was secondary outcome, adverse events that lead to the discontinuation of treatment, right? And the rest were any specific one that we know can happen with, with these drugs. We know that chloroquine can cause certain things. We know the primaquine can cause. Those adverse events also we will keep. Then we decided in advance we're going to use the grade method to summarize our findings. And that's a little statement about what the summary of findings of grade is. And the outcome, we selected all these three outcomes. If you've got many outcomes, you are recommended to not choose more than 7 for your summary of findings scale. Okay, but here we have these three outcomes will be there in our summary of findings. And then we did our search and stuff. I won't go into the details of the search strategy, but there's an appendix which gives you the search terms for every single database, research conference abstracts. We know where all the big malaria conferences are. We went for the past, whenever any online thing, we downloaded the PDF of that and just put search term Primaquine and Vivax. It will pick up every abstract you've got Primaquine and Vivax. And within 5 minutes, you can go through most of these abstracts, right? Online abstracts. And then we wrote to people who, do you know of any other trial? So that's all. So what we then do is we describe 15 trials in characteristics of trial tables, and we say that one Roland, you got one paper by author called Roland, but it describes two studies done in Afghanistan and Pakistan. In consecutive years, they did two separate studies, and they reported both in the same paper. So we had to give it a separate study ID. The first study is 1999 A, and the second study is 1999 B. Right. And this update, in addition to the previous for 6 new trials conducted between 1997 to 2012. In the 2013 update, the previous study, the thing was 1996 or something, 98, right? So, how many adults? Added 4,377 adults and children, and they were from Africa. There have been one trial from Ethiopia, Asia, India 5 trials, Pakistan 4 trials, Thailand 2 trials, and South America. So this is how you describe where are the trials from, what population, right? And then the design. One of the 15 trials, one was a cluster randomized trial. What is a cluster randomized trial? What we normally have are parallel group trials, right? So you are randomizing people for intervention one and intervention B. Sometimes they randomize groups of people. That's a cluster. Right? For example, in community trials, they'll go to households and give everybody in that household the same amount of treatment. Because it's much more easy to administer, to manage. In the same house, we know what intervention they got, right? And in another house, you get something else. General practice, you can go to many clinics, hospitals, villages, whatever you're doing. Why are you doing cluster randomization?
Easier. Easier.
Agree. But what are the reasons? different groups can be analyzed. Classically, why they do cluster randomized trials is because they want to prevent contamination. If I go to one family and I give one drug here to one person and another drug to another person in the same family, they can mix up the drugs. That's one possibility. Second is if I'm doing a public health intervention, I can't go to one house and tell you and you're the person is randomized not to give an intervention. You can't do that. So they'll talk to each other. So the usual reason why they want to do it, this group of people will get one kind of intervention, and another group of people removed from this group will get the other intervention. Right. So ideally, you have to do a cluster randomized trial. So one thing is when you look at a paper, they may not tell you whether they randomize the clusters. There are additional biases. That's why you need to know what is the design of the randomized trial. Right? Sometimes you have crossover trials, where what you're randomizing is the order in which the treatment is given. Everybody gets the same, both the treatments. So just the order in which they get, do they get it first or do they get it second? There are many criteria for doing randomized plus crossover trials. The intervention that you give first should not change the condition so that the second phase is different, right? And the intervention you give first should not last all the way through the period of the second treatment. So a lot of considerations are like that. So those you have to keep in mind. So we've discovered that this is the cluster randomized trial, randomized households. And the other one, Leslie did another study. There they found during this time, patients were not, there wasn't that much malaria compared to 2004. So they started off as cluster randomized, and because they were running out of time, the rest of the study they did individual randomized. So there's a mess. So I'm describing there's a mess here. One of the other trials was a quasi-randomized trial. Then 7 of the trials had multiple treatment arms. There was chloroquine alone, chloroquine plus primaquine 5 days, chloroquine plus primaquine 14 days, tasmanophen, just being compared. So when you have multiple treatment arms, you have to ask yourself, what do I do? We take the arm which we are interested in. They're randomized. So we take what we want. Okay. And some arms we don't include. They're not part of the review. So what we then found was we had primaquine any dose or duration versus standard 14 days. One of the objectives. We found 6 trials. And of them, 2 trials compared 3 days of primaquine following chloroquine to standard primaquine treatment. That's 14 days. 3 trials compared 5 days primaquine to standard primaquine. That's 14 days. And 1 trial compared 7 days of primaquine to standard primaquine. And 1 trial compared 45 milligrams of primaquine given weekly for 8 weeks versus 14 days. So what have we done here? We've done the search, we found all our studies, and we are now classifying what are they studying. So we know like the similar ones are these 2 trials are similar. They're comparing 3 days of primaquine to 14 days primaquine. These 3 trials are similar. They're comparing 5 days primaquine to 14 days primaquine. This trial is separate and this trial is separate. So we know which are those trials. So the first thing is to classify all your search results in what, right? Then second objective was primaquine compared to no primaquine. Everybody gets chloroquine, one arm gets primaquine. We found 4 trials looked at 5 days of primaquine versus no primaquine, and 10 trials looked at 14 days of primaquine versus no primaquine. Okay, now from this, we are then going to now make a list of what are our comparisons. So these are indirect. This is indirect evidence. 5 days versus no primaquine, and 14 days versus no primaquine. But from these, we can get direct 5 versus 14. Okay, then they'll be shorter, longer, 7, 10, whatever. So, first thing we then do is after we classify that, we assess risk of bias. So, before that, actually, these are the studies we excluded. Why? It's an RCT, different doses of chloroquine were given, and there was no follow-up if they relapses. Excluding. This one, not an RCT, it's an ongoing single-arm trial. Ongoing RCT, mixed falciparum vaccine. So we're giving the reasons why we excluded that. Okay. Then individual studies, we have to fill in a table. It's called included studies table. So each table, what I normally would do is I'll put these headings, have a template, which I will extract every trial in the same format. Right? So you won't miss things out. And on your thing, you just say copy and paste the template there and change the words. Okay. So randomized parallel group, open label, 3-arm trials. That's the method. Period of study April 2000 to September 2004. And I said this was recruitment. I don't know when, that's what they given in the paper. When the participants were 151 participants, this was inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. Okay. And then intervention. So 1, 2, 3 arms. Chloroquine 25 milligrams only, 50 people. Chloroquine followed by primaquine for 5 days, 50 people. 50, they 59. Control group, 25 milligrams followed by for 14 days. The 14 days is the control group arm. There are 2 other arms, no primaquine and 5 days of cancer. Okay. And the outcomes that we used are relapse, the recurrence rate of IVAX over 15 months, and serious adverse events. They have many other things. They have genotype assessments. We are not interested in them. Say we didn't use those. Okay. And then we've got some notes. Done in Calcutta School of Tropical Medicine, and we so what is the endemicity of malaria? Country in India, source of funding. These are all agency funded, not drug companies. Okay. And the trial author made some comments. This is very important. Trial authors based sample size estimation on an assumption that relapse rates would be 30% in the chloroquine only group and 4% in the 14-day primary group, and they allowed for 20% loss of follow-up. So totally they said we are going to recruit 150 participants, 3-arm trial, 15 in each arm. Right? Are you with me? They assume that this is going to be the relapse rate in the 14-day primaquine arm and 30% in the chloroquine arm, only arm, and they will have 50 in each group. The trial authors, they say they use a computer-generated randomized sequence in the ratio 1:1:1. And the allocation was done through sequentially numbered opaque envelopes containing the randomization. But then I said, if you have 50, 50, 50, how do you end up with 50, 59, and 40? Their numbers in their paper, they're reporting 50, 59, and 42. They said that they did randomization code. They said they did opaque envelopes. You cannot get this. It is not possible. Right? That has a direct bearing on our risk of bias assessment. So what we said, random sequence generation, our judgment is low risk. We said we found the trial protocol and we quoted what they said there in the paper. They got a randomization sequence. I don't have a doubt about that. But then I said for allocation concealment, high risk. And I gave the quote. They said no, allocation will be done by drawing the next sequential number and blah blah blah. Allows for allocation concealment. That's what they intended to do. Right? But the results do not allow that. So something went wrong. There were 2 other reasons why we have suspicion about this stuff. In the results, we found it's an unsupervised, the unsupervised arm, unclear risk. They didn't supervise people. Right? So 14 days arm, we don't, they themselves think their patient did not take the medicine. They had estimated they get a 4% relapse rate in the 14 days arm and 30% relapse in chloroquine arm. The results found no difference between 14 days and no chloroquine. So clearly, there was a risk of bias. So what I'm trying to mean is when you do a risk of bias assessment, you are saying, did they say they will do these things? If they said they'll do this, do you believe that they did it? Then you make a judgment. And if they didn't do it, do you think it is serious enough to make a big difference to the outcome? You don't think everything. So what can happen is the program will give you, Redman will give you these diagrams, right? Once you've done the risk of bias assessment, you should end up with a graph which tells you what proportion of studies across the review, all the studies, are at high risk of bias. Great. So green, one on the domains, various domains that come from. Okay? And moreover, it will tell you each study, what is the risk of bias on each domain. This is very useful for you because you will now know which are the studies high risk and which are the lowest risk. So that's how you make a risk of bias assessment. And uh, you will probably be introduced to the risk of bias 2 tool. You can go online, just write ROB2 tool, right? You will get, it will take you to the website, current version of that tool. There's a full guidance document there. There is a crib sheet which helps you summarize how to use the tool. There's a template for completing your assessment, and there's an Excel tool which you can use. It's a very useful tool. So I suggest you to practice, go read it, go down there, and very. And they also have a version of ROP for cluster randomized trials and for crossover trials. Right? So ROP, risk of bias version 2. Okay. This is the version that Cochrane recommends using. And if you use this, it has got validity in any journal vaccine. Then, if you have non-randomized studies in your review, the tool you have to use is Robbins 1. There's also a document on why should you and how to use it. And they have a website too. And it gives you background information and guidance and the tool itself. So using observational studies, this is what you got. Okay. Then we come to this question of do we meta-analyze? Right? So how will we on time? So this is my last slide leading up to the next talk. So you will meta-analyze after you've done all this when you have data. That is, you've got at least two studies comparing the same thing. So we've got, for example, in our team, we've got 10 studies comparing 14 days primary versus no primary. Well, we've got one study comparing infection primary once in 4 weeks something. So that study, don't do meta-analysis, standalone study. But we can meta-analyze all the studies, you've got similar comparisons. So 3 days, 5 days, all of that we can. And we should be able to extract data in the form that we can use it for our review or write to the authors and get the original. And it should make clinical sense. So you're first making a decision. Clinically, it makes sense for me to compare studies which have compared 5 days versus 14 days. Clinically, it makes no sense to put all the studies at different doses of chloroquine in compared to 14 days. That's not the clinical question I'm interested in. Right? So I will not bung everything together. Specific question I'm answering. And then when the data are consistent,
It's the mic is not.
the data have to be, we want to know, are the data showing consistent results? They're very, very inconsistent, better not to do it. Better not to do a meta-analysis. Okay, so you are permitted not to do a meta-analysis. So I'll end here, but if you decide not to do a meta-analysis, there is another guideline which I have not got here. It's called the SWIM, SWIM, synthesis without meta-analysis. It gives you a way of presenting your results in a structured manner without having to do a meta-analysis. S, W, and I are small. S is capital, M is capital. Synthesis without meta-analysis. So that's a structured way of presenting your results. Any questions? Swim. Yeah, just SWIM. Synthesis without meta-analysis.
If you're not logged into the Equator network or not access the site, please do it once. Our sir is saying
Go to Twitter. It's a fantastic site for all researchers. Incubator network.
And for the afternoon sessions, as sir said, please have your laptops with you because otherwise, it would not make sense on the hands-on workshop.
So I'll explain what the afternoon is going to be. I'm going to take you through what meta-analysis is. Definitely to understand what is their meta-analysis graph all about and how to assess inconsistency and how to interpret it and how to, what is the thing about random effects and fixed effect analysis. Right? I'll take it slowly. Okay? You will have doubts, but I'll give you my slide. You can go and look at it again. And we'll repeat the same thing on Friday, on Thursday, on Friday. Okay, so this will give you an idea what needs to happen. That's still key. After that, they all will be broken into groups, two groups, right? And we are going to give you time to come up with a protocol. Basically, the PICO. Think about what your objectives are and what PICO. And that's when it will be useful for you to have your laptops open because if you come up with an idea, the first thing you should go and do is see, is there any other systematic review looking at this? And if so, do I want to do the same thing? If so, why? That's the first step. So you need to have your laptops. And meanwhile, if you can also download that primary review, you can go through it to see what are the components of the review. Okay. Any other doubts about morning?
Slightly. Regarding the scope of this review attendance, for example, so far we discussed it, like whatever amount of number of studies, but let's suppose in US study or systematic review is done, it will this particular dedication status. But can order decide we actually just want only Indian studies to candidate access. It is advantage of this or how? So,
I'll tell you one thing like this. No? I was working with the obstetricians recently, and they want to know misoprostol for induction of labor, right? And they want to know vaginal oral misoprostol frequency and all that stuff. I said, let's look for a study, and I found there's a nice guideline, Cochrane review done last year. I said, why do you want to do this? So I said, okay, let's do one thing. Let's read this review and find out what they did. So finally, their recommendation in the review and the nice guidelines is titrated doses of oral misoprostol every 2 hours. So our people said, our nurses can't sit every 2 hours and titrate and all that. We, what we do is come back after 4 hours or 6 hours. So we want something like that. So we wrote, we said this is not practical for Indian, for low-income countries, titrated old, you need a titrating machine, pump and all that stuff. We would like to know, if you can't do titrated, what can you do? So our question was oral versus vaginal, 4 hourly, 6 hourly comparisons. And we'll take any study. So we went and looked at the Cochrane review and found all the studies which are comparing oral with vaginal and chose the studies which are ours. They've done a very comprehensive search. And we supplemented this with another search after their search. Right? And we found that it is as good. We understand that oral titrated is the best. But we use oral and vaginal misoprostol 4 to 6 hours, the rates are as good. And our primary outcome, theirs was avoiding cesarean section. Ours was vaginal delivery within 24 hours. That's the outcome our obstetrician. So we changed the outcome. We changed the question. We used all the trials they had done. They asked a different question. So there will be a review. Then you must ask yourself, why am I looking only for Indian studies? Did they not look for Indian studies? There may be no Indian studies. So in the absence of Indian studies, how can you extrapolate to India? That's what we will do when you're doing great.
Sir, I have a question.
Sure.
Sometimes we use interchangeably and conveniently the word narrative reviews, scoping reviews, and systematic reviews. And in some journal, actually they are narrative reviews and they are published in the form of systematic reviews. What is the line of demand?
A systematic review, by definition, has got a clear literature and it's got systematic ways of inclusion, exclusion criteria, those kind of things. A narrative review we're talking about is the fact they didn't do meta-analysis. They describe that We did a narrative. So in order to bring more structure into a narrative review, they came up with the SWIM guidelines, synthesis without meta-analysis, to help you what should go into your narrative. The narrative review means I didn't have data that I can do meta-analysis. No. So you are writing your results. But when you write the results, if you are not objective, you cherry pick what you want to show.
But you have a narrative review with the risk of bias assessment. So whether it can be equated systematically. Because I have seen in some articles.
If you don't have a risk of bias assessment, it is not. If you have a systematic assessment, you have a search strategy, and you have clearly defined objectives and all, you have been systematic in the way you've done. That's all. You can say narrative synthesis.
Narrative synthesis.
That's why narrative synthesis means I don't have data for a meta-analysis. I'm synthesizing whatever data in a narrative fashion. For that swim guideline will help you. Anything else? Yes.
Question, like you were telling the types of systematic review. So in condition of if there is a virus and there is an association of that virus is causing a neurological disorder in a neonate. So what kind of systematic review will this
So are you looking for etiology of the thing?
infectious etiology that is associated with a neurological disorder in neonates? So what kind of systematic review this will come?
You're looking at the consequences of infections caused by that virus.
Yeah.
Right? You're not looking at interventions for that virus. You're looking for that. So it's a descriptive review of that condition. You might be able to, at the most, you can prove if you have lots of studies of that virus, what proportion of children affected by the virus get these kind of infections. Anything else? Okay, let's have lunch and come back.
True, true.
assuming you've done your systematic review and you've got all your studies, you extracted the data on risk of bias. Now you want to pool the results to see, can I get some statistical uh, summaries. So principles are basically we are trying to get an weighted average of the results of trials where one intervention has been compared against another, same intervention, and we're taking all those trials outcome by outcome, and when we pool the results, we're giving more weight to some study than others. As I said, you need at least two studies with comparable populations, interventions, comparisons, and outcomes. Then you can do a meta-analysis. At least two studies. You are not comparing patients in one trial and some across that, because the patients are not randomized across; they're randomized within the trial. So each trial is analyzed separately, and for each outcome for every comparison. So the first thing we did in the beginning was how many studies do we have and what are the comparisons we have. We know in this review that we were doing, one comparison which had 14 trials comparing no primaquine versus 14-day primaquine. We have another comparison, so that's a comparison. And another comparison is compared 5 days primaquine versus no primaquine, the comparison. Then we had 5 versus 14 comparison. Right. So we first define what are our comparisons, and then for each comparison we choose an outcome. In this, the major outcome we are looking at was relapse, parasitemia. Right. So each trial may provide data for one or more of all outcomes in a meta-analysis. Like some of our three-arm trials. No, they've got three arms: 5 days of primaquine versus 14 days of primaquine versus uh, no primaquine. So they're going to be able to come in multiple comparisons. Now, for each of these trials, we calculate the summary statistic, which will be either the risk ratio or the odds ratio with their confidence intervals. Right? And then the summary statistics, the program will weight differentially so that some studies will get more weight. Their results get more weight in the overall pooled analysis. Right. So let's look at the steps. What are the comparisons? So as I said, we've got 5 days plus versus 14, 5 days, no 14. So all those comparisons we listed from each paper for each comparison. We will extract data on relapse, serious adverse events. And then in the program, we will enter the data for these outcomes from each study under each comparison separately. And we have decided in this review to use relative risk. You can see whatever your. Then we do the meta-analysis and we look at the pooled estimate across all the studies and interpret it. Is it going to be favorable for one drug versus the other? With their confidence intervals upper and lower. So we want to know, is it going to be clinically meaningfully difference in the outcome? Then we see, are the results consistent? Is there heterogeneity? If there is, can we understand why there is heterogeneity? If we can't understand why there is heterogeneity, we will accept it and we will decide how are we going to incorporate the heterogeneity in the pool result. Then we can consider a sensitivity analysis. If the studies are at high risk of bias, low risk of bias, whatever you decided you want. And then we'll create a summary of findings table. And then we'll break for tea, 3:30. All this we'll do in 3:30. So you have to stay awake. Tough. So what do you mean by summary statistics? What we mean is if you've got dichotomous data, aligned date, perhaps not perhaps that kind of stuff, you're choosing either the risk ratio or relative risk or the odds ratio or the risk difference. So the program will, Redman has these options for dichotomous data. And continuous data, you're basically looking at the mean difference in the means between the two. And if you have time to event kind of survival data, they use averages. Now, This is, and I keep this in mind, when you're giving differential weights to certain studies, the data helps you. You're not making an arbitrary choice. Data itself will lend itself to the weighting. So keep this in mind. Studies with more participants, that means larger sample size, and more events. That means things are happening. What I'm saying is you want to prevent relapse. That means in the trial, somebody should have relapsed. Right? So if you go to a area where nobody's relapsing, you don't learn anything about how good the drug is in preventing relapses because no one relapses. So when you have more people relapse, especially in the control group, baseline risk is high, right? Then automatically you will have a lower variance head of the data automatically. That variance is your standard error. Basically, that's what your standard error is measuring. And standard error is used in calculating confidence interval, right? So automatically just think of it like that. The weight is proportional to inverse of the variance. So if you've got a narrow variance, you get greater weight. Means if you have narrow confidence interval, that gives you more weight. That's what you have to keep in mind. You don't have to calculate any of this. Program is doing it for you. But you need to understand how are these weights. If you're talking about continuous data like mean difference and all, the confidence interval you're talking about is the standard deviation, width of the standard deviation. Narrow standard deviation, more weight that study. You understand what this? Why do we get? What is this variance talking about? Is there any statistician here? Any variance? What you're talking about is the difference between the mean and the extreme value. So I'm talking about between the trial. What is the variation? Everybody is not getting the same value. There's a variation in that, right? So that's a way of calculating the within trial variance. Within trial, within the participants in the trial, they're not all having the same value. That's what this variance is calculating. Inverse of that is the weight given to the study. So this is an example where you will learn everything you need to know about what a forest plot should. It is created using RevMan, so it will like this. Other programs may give slightly different things, but they all talk about these. This is the forest plot part of it. So, how many studies are there? What you now know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cochrane does a study ID, takes the last name of the first author of the paper and the year of publication. That's the usual. They don't put et al. And all that stuff. Just the last name of the first author and the year of publication. So you now know there are 5 trials done between 1999 to 2010. Okay. And in those trials, this is an outcome of 2 anti-obesity drugs, A and drug B. And the outcome we are measuring here is death. Okay. So what you now can see is we for meta-analysis, those papers, we will go to their data and extract how many people died in group A. 25 people given group A, 2 died. 23 people given group drug B, and 6 died. That's all we enter. Right? We do that for every study. Right? So first, we'll do that tomorrow when you're doing RevMan. First, you have to find a way of getting these studies done. So normally what will happen is the first thing you do when you get your search is you enter the reference. When you enter the references, automatically, if it's referenced in the included studies table, one table opens up for characteristics of included studies and risk of bias for that study. Right. So when you are creating how to create outcomes for in Redman, you create an outcome of death. And on Redman, you can right click and say add study. You can choose one of these studies which gives you that outcome and bring it in. And it will open up these little boxes where you enter the numbers. That's all you do. And you press on the meta-analysis graph and you get this. Okay. So what we are seeing here is totally drug A, 51 people out of 930 given drug A died across the 5 studies, and 72 people out of 928 given drug B died. We are not comparing 51 divided by 532 and 72 divided. We're not doing that. That would break the power of randomization. Right? So what is happening is the program calculating risk ratio and confidence interval for each of those studies. It is unweighted. You can do the same calculation, you will get the same result. Okay? And then it shows the graph according to how it is first along the line of no different. One. If you find that the line, horizontal line, the confidence interval crosses one, it means you don't know. Right? The risk estimate is that it favors drug A, but the confidence interval includes the possibility that it could favor drug B. Be anywhere on that. Right? And if it does not cross the line, you know there is a definitive answer favoring drug B, the definitive answer favoring drug A. Okay. And the size of that blob, the estimate, gives you the weight given to that study. So if you look at that, which study got the most weight? Why? By 2010 got 60% of the weight. That means in the pooled analysis, studies results are influencing their analysis more. Okay, why did pi get 6? Sample size, not caught you. You put your foot over the hole. Told you it's not only sample size. Sample size, control event rate, and the confidence interval. That'll automatically give you. So this got the most weight because it's got the narrowest confidence interval. Okay. Which is the study which got the next largest sample size? Third one, Chesani. How much weight did that get? The least. Sample size alone doesn't determine the weight. What is the control group event rate here compared to this? Very low control group event rate. What happened to the confidence interval as a result of that? The widest confidence interval. Right? That's why Chesani got the least weight. Now, once you've seen this and you know that this trial is contributing most of the evidence for that pool result, you will get down on your knees and pray for what? That trial is done well and it's not doesn't have high risk of bias. Does your faith. Right? So that's the importance of knowing which. So when you see the forest plot, don't forget the forest is made up of trees. Don't ignore the trees. Right? So each of those studies is going to tell you something. Now, pooled effect estimate incorporates the weights. And it's kind of influenced a lot by Desani, which is very strongly in favor of drug, a narrow confidence interval. Okay. How do you interpret that? Sure. Jump the gun. I'm coming there. Don't worry. Systematically, what I first said, you pool the results, then you interpret the results. What does this tell you? No, she's going to tell you. What is this result? No, what it basically is telling you, drug A is reducing the risk of dying by 30% compared to drug B. There's 30% reduction in the risk of death if you take drug A compared to drug B. Right? The confidence interval tells you that it could be even better. It could be a 50% reduction in the risk of dying. And the least estimate is what? 1% discount. Right? Is this statistically significant? This is your test for statistical significance. Right? The p-value is 0.04. If that goes and touches becomes 1, it will automatically become 0.05. Sure. Because 1 is on that far away. 5.6 ratio. So far away on the other side. It still managed to give it some traction. That's why this got only till here. But these are good things to observe. We will go through it in more detail. You will see what happens. Yeah. Not only the sample size. If you look at the weight formula for the weight, it includes the control group event rate in the formula itself. Okay. So the control group event rate and the sample size will determine the variance. And the variance, the inverse of the variance is the weight given. When you have a large sample and there is very little events taking place, either in the control group or in the intervention, you have a very wide confidence. Right? When you have high event rate, you will get a narrow confidence. Okay, so what this tells us is that this last line is interpreting whether this is a statistically significant between. We are looking at it saying, is this a clinically important difference? So we can tell you it's a statistically significant result, not due to chance, but we're not very sure whether this will be clinically useful. This event, this particular graph. Okay, so I told you first is you pull the results and interpret the result, full result. We've done that only. Okay, I'll come back. We haven't finished with this graph, but I want to think again. This is for dichotomous data. We've got dead and alive. What happens if we have continuous data? Here is a graph where we are looking at the mean difference, weighted mean difference. So you would use the weighted mean difference when the outcome is measured on the same unit, like day, number of days, weeks, or pounds, weight. Now, days and weeks, some people may report it as hours, minutes, whatever it is, you can convert. That everything becomes in the same. Pounds can become kilograms. You get everything in the same thing. In the hope then it becomes easier to interpret the result when it's on common scale, which you can understand what pain difference of 5 pounds means. Right? That's the hope. But it doesn't always work out that way. And the mean difference is weighted according to inverse of the width of the standard deviation. That's the principle here. So here we have a forest plot, antibiotics for acute bronchitis compared to placebo, and the outcome is the mean number of days of cough. Okay? Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 studies. These are 76 onwards. And in this kind of data, you have to extract 3 variables. That's the mean difference. And that's the pooled results for the mean difference. I come back to that. But each paper, we have to take out the number in each arm, the mean and the standard deviation. Right? So these 3 units for continuous data you have to get. Okay? And you have to be very careful that what you're extracting is not a standard error. Sometimes papers report standard error. You should be careful that you're not importing the standard error here. But if you do that, that particular standard error will give you such a narrow confidence interval. It's not useful. You have all these data before you look at the results and all. That's one thing. And that looks like a standard deviation. Next thing is you need to make sure data are normally distributed. How do you make that out? So basically what you're trying to do, what is the normal distribution? Normal distribution is that the mean is in the center of the distribution, right? Normal goes like that. And 2 times the standard deviation will cover most of the distribution. Right. So simple rule of thumb to make sure it's a normal distribution is you take the mean, take the standard deviation and multiply it into 2. It should be less than the mean. If it's not less than the mean, then the mean is not in the center of the distribution. 2 standard deviations on both sides. No? You take one standard deviation multiplied by 2, it should be less than the mean. If it is not less than the mean is not in the center. 2 standard deviations on both sides. I demonstrate. Look at this 6.4 and 2.6 is a standard deviation. 2.6 into 2 is less than 6.4. The same here also. 3 into 2 is less than 6.3. Okay, that's normally distributed. You take this one. The standard deviation is 7.22 and the mean is only 7.9. This is not normally distributed. You get the point? So when you're using mean and standard deviation continuous data, there are additional headaches. I'm only describing some of them. They don't like continuous data, but commonly used. So if you pool the data like this and you get that pool result, in your sensitivity analysis, one of the things you'll be trying to do is, if I take away the skewed data, what happens? The other option is to ask the authors for all their raw data and log transform. Log transform data is not skewed. Usually the skew is not so often. But then you have to log transform everything else. And that's not going to happen. So all you'll do, you put it in there and you get that result. You pull it out and see what happens. In this instance, it doesn't matter because it's so narrow. Now the question is, how do you interpret that result? Mean and standard deviation. There's minus 0.58. Minus 0.58 what? What is the outcome? Number of days means half a day. Half a day less if you use antibiotics versus pill. Then the question is, if half a day clinically meaningful, would it meet your criteria for minimum appreciable difference? So in such a situation, when you find things like that, continuous data, often you'll have to find out from people who might want to use it, is half a day less admission important for you, cough important for you. In the UK, they've done qualitative research and found out from their patients in the NHS, 1 day less of admission, inpatient stay, is what they consider important. So you're anchoring it to something tangible. Hey, that's one thing to keep in mind. So continuous variables are difficult to interpret. P-values definitely tell p-value, but that doesn't tell you anything. Tells you is not due to chance. Yeah. There are others also. There are others also. I noticed. I would say a meaningless answer. Put it in, but even if I put it in, I'm not getting much of a difference. Right? This one, this is one study pulling. That we'll come back. That, see, what we're doing here, we've only got to one level. We're saying we're interpreting the result. The next thing is to look and see are the results consistent. That is the next step. Okay. So first see what is the evidence. When is it consistent? But already I know in this is unlikely to be meaningful. Okay. But it can change. If I do some analysis where I remove inconsistent data, I might find a consistent result somewhere or the other. First step is this. Number of days of cough. If you take number of days of cough per unit, 1 means 1 day. Right? Half of that. So, give you an example. There are a lot of rating scales. You know? Various rating scales are used. So we did a review looking at atom oxygen versus placebo for ADHD. Okay? Then we found studies that use ADHD rating scale. There were other rating scales also. We're talking about one rating scale, ADHD rating scale. We had many studies, and in which we found the mean difference was 6.8 points lower with atomoxetine compared to on the scale. So one of the things to keep in mind is that scale, does the lower score mean good or bad? So when you use scales, you need to know which is the direction of the scale. Is the high score good or a low score good? So here, the lower the score, the better. Yeah. So can you so how do we make it like one as a thing? Any new antidepressant drug that comes into the market, they want approval. You have to show me results from two placebo-controlled trials in which they show on the Hamilton Depression Rating Scale a difference of at least 2 points, 1.8 points, the difference between the two, right? Two drugs, two trials show a difference of 1.8 to 2 points on the rating scale. That drug is approved. Now, if you know what the Hamilton Depression Rating Scale is, it's multiple questions related to sleep, appetite, whatever. Each of those questions, you can score 0, 1, 2, and some even 3. The more severe your problem is, you will score 3 instead of 0. Right? So when you sum it up, depending on the version of the Hamilton rating scale you're using, because there's a longer version, shorter version, I can get a score of 53 easily if I'm severely depressed. Right? I can drop 20 points. It will be seriously depressed. Because to be non-depressed, you should be less than 8. So, very easy for statistical significance with continuous variables and show absolutely no clinical useful. Right? This is not FDA. And I was using with FDA approved. I'm telling you, exactly the same thing. That when you look at continuous variables, you have to have another way of saying what is the clinical useful. I'll tell you why. A clinician, these patients, routinely, he never uses the Hamilton Depression Rating Scale. Only PG trainees are told to use Hamilton Depression Rating Scale if you're doing a research study. You don't use it in real life. What do you use in real life? You ask, how are you? I'm better. How much better? Ah, so in Tamil we'll say, one rupee evala vityasam. 1 rupee, how many paise? They will tell you 75. Ah, you're much better. That's how clinicians think. Right. So there are rating scales called the Clinical Global Impression Improvement Scale. 7 point scale. How much are you? How better are you? That is far more useful than these complicated scales and scores. Okay. So what happens is we have found what the minimum clinical important difference with the R is from a different study. Study by Zhang. These are all drug trials on children. But what this fellow did was they also used a clinical impression scale. He anchored the two and found for between treatment differences to be considered clinically important by clinicians and parents and all, you need should be between 5.2 to 7.7 points. That is what is considered clinically meaningful. Okay, so then what we can do is we can take our variable and put it here and say, put the upper and lower limits. Let's see. Then we can tell you this is a clinically meaningful result. You get what I'm trying to say? Right? So all your rating scales you're using, please for studies validating what is a clinically meaningful difference in them. There are many, many more studies coming out now on this. For example, we know on the pre-psychiatric rating scale and Hamilton depression rating scale and all, you need at least a 50% drop from baseline for it to be considered clinically meaningful by a clinician. So now we can, you look at the change score between and before and after, at least 50% drop they should be. Otherwise, it's not clinically meaningful. Any doubts on what I'm trying to do here? Yeah. Go back. That means what it's doing is study variance. It is
finished. And it in the and
sample size.
background.
Right.
I take example. I study was I I et al into 10.
Yeah.
Also I large and were narrow. But sir, what about the risk?
Come to that. Come to that. Now we'll come to that. That comes later on. I'm just saying we are put, we are interpreting the result.
There any composite indication for
All of that. Great.
all of them?
That is what great does. So we'll come to that. Let's just go systematically. The pull the result and you're looking to see is this result clinically meaningful. That's all you come. Then we will go ask the next question, are the results inconsistent? Then why are they inconsistent? So we go systematically. But I will answer your question. Now, do you have any questions about continuous data? Because if you don't, I'll give you more confusion.
Is I not to
I would say if you have more studies, you include what you have. You must tell yourself non-normal distributed data should not be entered in a mean difference like this. Doing difference will be like doing a t-test. Would you do a t-test with non-normally distributed? You do a non-parametric test. There is no non-parametric meta-analysis. All you can do is enter it like this and then remove the flawed data and say, problem will be the moment you remove the flawed data, the confidence interval will become wide automatically because the sample comes down. So flawed data is flawed data. I would not even do a meta-analysis. I just enter it as a table and say this is all flawed data. I do not know what happened. So normally when you have multiple data points, you have to choose how you're going to use. Maybe you'll say, I want to know 30-day model. You take only 30 days. Or you can say, I'm subgrouping the data according to short-term outcomes, which is within defining what your short-term means, medium-term outcomes, and long-term outcomes. That way, at least you get three different points where you know at short term, that is 6 months or 6 weeks. This is the difference. Right. So even if you have skewed data later on, at least you got the short term. You won't have full data for the longer ones. There are ways you can plan in advance. That's why I said now when you're doing your PICO, you're looking at what time points are you going to bank. Then you have to ask yourself, is it likely that I have papers which are reporting at different time points? Like in our buybacks review, we have people who've reported within less than 6 months, more than 6 months. So we said we will subgroup according to less than 6 months and more than 6 months. Because biologically it makes sense. We want to know relapses versus relapses and reinfection. So whenever you're planning a subgroup, it should be limited number of them, and they should make biological sense, some clinical meaning sense. So here I've said PHU rating scale. I'm not looking at the p value. I'm interpreting it on this with an external thing saying this is a clinically meaningful difference. Okay, now sometimes you come again rating scale, not my fault, fault of rating scales. Okay, here you've got looking at assertive community treatment versus standard treatment with mental health problems, serious mental health problems. Assertive community treatment is in the UK and US and all. You go out into the community and take the person in the family, right? Or normal thing would be you wait for the person to come. Now here we don't have anything like that, so it is of no relevance to us. But study shows these studies, each of them have used a different rating scale. Okay, so if you want the pool, you find the mean here is 41.4 and the mean here is 0.95. Not comparable. This is a short scale, that's a longer scale. You can't pool like that. The other problem is in this one, the score is reversed. So can you pool all this? You can, provided you do something. So what do you do when you have same concept outcome measured using different scales, right? And if you think that they are measuring the same core symptoms, you can consider what is called the standardized mean difference, which you will find in many journals referred to as the effect size or HG. That's what they call it, standardized mean difference. So what you're trying to do is uh, making it standardizing the data by dividing the standard deviation. Difference in the means between the group is divided by the standard deviation. There are variations. Some people will take pool the standard deviations of the two groups and divide it by that. Others will take only one group, control group of standard deviation. But in effect, what they're doing is they are accounting for the variation in the scores by using the standard deviation of the score. But if you find reverse weighting, then you will have to correct for that separately. And I'll show you how they did that. So here you have standardized mean difference being used. So what you're doing is in the program, it'll ask you, you want mean difference or do you want standardized mean difference? You click on standardized mean difference, it does everything for you. You just have to make a decision what I should do. I've got three different scales. But I'm showing you which scale is which, and I'm also pointing out the direction. High score means poor, low score is good. Whereas here, low score means poor, right? And what I do here is just the mean, I have multiplied it by -1. I mean, I've given it a reverse scoring. Then the direction now is the same for all three. Okay. So if you're doing standardized mean difference, you must make sure that all the pain scales, the multiple pain scales, they're all measuring pain. You can combine them using standardized mean difference, right? Any other kind of scale, you have to ask yourself, is this mentioning function and that mentioning pain? Then I can't compare. But if they're mentioning the same concept, you can combine those using standardized mean difference, right? So what you have to extract is the same as for a mean difference. Numbers in each arm, mean and standard deviation. And then you have to interpret that. Always the problem with continuous data. Even more now because you're now talking about minus 0.16 units of standard deviation. What does that mean? Right. I'll tell you how you can do it. Very simple. You can interpret it three ways. One is number of standard units difference equates to, if it's 0.4, generally means the small effect. If it's 0.5, it's a fairly moderate effect. And if it's 0.8, the SMD, 0.8, it means it's a large effect. Okay? There are variations. Some people will say, I think SMD is 0.4 or less, small effect. 0.4 to 0.7 is a moderate effect. And more than 0.7 is a large effect. Whichever you want. Right? If you take that assertive community treatment MD, it's minus 0.16 and minus 0.4 to minus 0.09. pretty low, pretty small effect to uncertain effect. If I were to compare this with this zero point 0.2 small effect, but the lower limit of the confidence interval is even smaller than that. Okay. Whereas if I take my ADHD example, SMD, I get 0.62, 0.70 to 0.55. That's above the threshold for small effect, at least a moderate effect. So you understand how you can combine this? Okay. Any doubts on SMD? Why do you use an SMD? Can keep these things you have to keep in mind always. See whether that can account for heterogeneity in the results. It could. Could. At the present moment, I am only looking at the bottom line and the value. What happens after that will come. I promise you. Let's get this done. Everybody understand what this simply is. The other way you can do it, there is a formula you can use, back transform the SMD into unfamiliar scale. Like if you think the Hamilton Depression Rating Scale is the best known scale and you're measuring depression, you can convert that SMD into units of Hamilton Depression or the Mickel-Pern intent. There is a way in which you. But the third way is to just convert it into the NNTs. So if you get a SMD of 0.8, then it translates to an NNT of around 2. Large effect, all NNT. Okay. And if it's a moderate effect, you get an NNT which is reasonable, about 4. And if you get a NNT of 0.2, the NNT starts going higher. Anything above 10 becomes not that good. Okay. All of this you'll find, I told you the Cochrane Handbook, there are chapters there describing every single one. All of them. So in effect, in summary, up to this point, should you combine your data statistically? If you find that no, I can't do a meta-analysis, I will come, as you said, narrative review or qualitative systematic review or synthesis without meta-analysis, you call it what you want. Right? But this is where I would recommend finding the swim guidelines and reporting according to that. If you decide, yes, I want to combine the data, if your data is dichotomous data, right? The default option you will choose is the Mantel-Hansel method. Mantel-Hansel. You'll find that MH, right? In the top of the graph, you'll find MH, fixed MH random. MH stands for Mantel-Hansel, right? Very rarely, if the outcomes are very rare, you might choose the Peto method and use odds ratio. But don't worry about all that. Keenly use the Mantel-Hansel method. Okay. Now, in this, if you have continuous variable and you use the same unit of measurement across the trial, the default option is the mean difference, weighted mean difference, right? If they have used different units, but they are comparable, they're measuring the same thing, you are choosing standardized mean difference. There is one more statistic that can be used here. It's called generic inverse variance. I won't talk about it today. Maybe on Friday or something. I'll show you what program will do that for you. That is a way in which you can combine data from observational studies where they've done adjusted analysis, adjusted odds ratios and confidence intervals. You can take those adjusted odds ratios and confidence intervals and do a meta-analysis. Show you how to do that data. So we have come to the first step of meta-analysis, deciding what your outcome is for the comparison, extracting the data depending on whether it's a continuous variable or a dichotomous variable, and we pull the results. Now the next step is to assess and see are the results consistent. Okay, so this is where we will talk about heterogeneity. So heterogeneity basically means that the results of the meta-analysis and some of the individual studies are not consistent with each other. It matters because that if you are saying this is average effect, right, then you can't ignore the one that are showing opposite results. Right? So it also may mean that in some trials the intervention is working better than in the other trial. So you need to know why. What are the factors causing this? To learn a lot by exploring it. So if you don't have any inconsistency, then your assumption is drug has a fixed effect across all the studies. That's what is called a fixed effect model, right? The drug works the same way and across all the studies. Fixed effects model compared to drug B. So when can you expect heterogeneity, right? Expect heterogeneity when the populations in your trials are different, right? If you are, for example, you have chronic illness and acute illness, you should expect they will be heterogeneous because the populations are not strictly comparable. You agree? Chronic renal failure, acute renal failure, right? Chronic any condition versus acute any condition. They are not comparable. You will expect heterogeneity. When the interventions and the comparisons differ, the dose is used, the timing of the dose, when it was used, all those things. Exclusion, inclusion criteria differ. Then when you have outcomes are measured in different ways. Definition for drug-induced liver injury. What is the definition for DILI? Drug-induced liver injury. Your enzymes have to be, you'll find multiple definitions. Some people will say it should be 6 times higher than the upper limit of normal. Some will say 2. So depending on that, you'll find that your results will be different. Okay. And when the trial methods different, the methods and risk of bias are different, you can get heterogeneity, as you were saying. And one more reason, chance. It can occur by chance. Anything can occur by chance. Any difference. Our job, first, detect it. Is there heterogeneity? Like if there is, we have to see is it due to chance or is it not due to chance? And then if it is due to chance, not due to chance, you must say how much of it is chance, how much of it is true differences in the studies. Anyone? Good.
And that
That good.
what we saw in the dichotomy, those sizes and then one.
But then you have not explored heterogeneity and you're assuming it is sample size. It's not. I'll show you. And
Whether the population are normal.
right. So what we're saying is if the populations are different in many ways, you can expect heterogeneity. Okay. And if we can quantify how much of it is heterogeneity, and you say that's a lot of heterogeneity to a lot of chance, then you must ask yourself, why is it happening? So you can try and explore it. And if you find I'm trying to explore, but I cannot find any way to explain it, then I have to decide, do I want to pool the data? But if I'm not going to pool the data, how can I incorporate? Okay. I take it slow. I know it's very confusing. Not your fault. It's not my fault also. It's the tough topic. So looking at this, no, first is we want to see or detect heterogeneity. There are 3 ways you can detect it. One is the eyeball test. Right? Do the confidence intervals overlap? What I mean is you take the first trial, George, 1999, who did a study and he found his effect estimate was 0.31. Relative risk. And then he said, if you do a study, I predict it will be somewhere between 0.07 to 1.37. That's what his confidence interval is trying to tell you. The first study says, I think it will be 0.31, but could be anywhere between 0.07 to 1.37. Right. The next study came in, hey, more or less there, except now the prediction is moved from, it could be anywhere from 0.07 to 1.75. That is the prediction, anywhere between this. In subsequent trials, except for Jasani, all of them fall within that prediction. They are saying yes, the drug works in a fixed way. This fellow says no. Desani says so. Detecting heterogeneity, you look at the confidence intervals and see do they overlap. Sometimes it may be easier to just read this numbers 0.81 and 1.37 and 2.27. Lower limit of that and the upper limit, they don't even come anywhere close. Right? Because in the graph, the scale is scaled this way, that way, you may not be able to make out whether the overlap is true or not. Look at the numbers also. Okay. So second test for heterogeneity is how do you see there are differences in you'll do the chi-square test. There is a chi-square test for homogeneity, right? And this is the chi-square value, and that's the p-value for that. You know, chi-square is not a very powerful test when your sample size is small, right? So here the sample size is only 5. So normally you would say, you won't say a p-value of 0.05. You'd say even 1, 0.1. 10% level we'll accept as chance. Here it's telling you you're more than 99.99999% sure that the difference in the results of the studies is not chance alone. That's sure you are. Then there is another statistic which is derived from the chi-square called the I-square. That I-square tells you how much of the variation in results exceeds chance. So if you look at that, I-square tells you 87% of the variation in the results is not due to chance. Only 13% is a chance difference. 87% is due to some differences in the results of the studies. You're saying there is inter-trial variability. That's what this I-square is saying. You understand this? You looked at the result. You're looking to see if it's consistent. One look at it at the forest plot and you know forest plot, the confidence intervals do not overlap. There is inconsistency. And the chi-square tells you this is not a chance in difference. You're pretty sure there is some difference in the studies, not random variation. And your I-square tells you 87% of the variation in the result exceeds chance. Okay, so what do you do? What you do is you look at this algorithm. It will tell you that if your confidence intervals don't overlap and your p-value tells you it's not due to chance, but your I-square is low, 20, 30, 25% and all. 75% of the variation chance. Only 25% is some difference in the studies. Right? You understand what I'm trying to say here? I-square tells you, what does I-square 25% say? Not due to chance. Means 75% of the variation is this chance thing. Ignore it, no problem. Right? Then you're adopting what is called the fixed effect model. Fixed effect model assumes that all the studies should actually have their result here. That is what actual result is. But what you're seeing is slight variation. That's random error. 75 I square 25% means 75% is random error. Ignore it. Drug works actually works the same way. Right? There is some within study variability. Right? So it's like saying three different populations, but they all overlap. Virtually the same thing, working in the same way. You get this? Get what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to tell you that if your I square is small number, I square means how much of the result varying, studies results varying is due to chance, how much of it is due to two differences in the study. That's when I thought I was getting somewhere. You're going to keep. Okay, earlier on in the beginning, when John Jonathan Higgins published the article. He said, when anything 25 or less, leave it. Not important. Right? Between 25 and 50, it's starting to get important. At 50, you say there is a lot of heterogeneity. Above 75, find some to clean it, don't combine. That is what the rule is. There are slight variations of that. Over it. You will find out soon enough what. So this is what the fixed effect model is saying. So if you find that your I square is more than 75, that means more than 75% of the variation in the results is not chance. Only less than 25% is chance. So you can't ignore it. You can try and explain it. You can't explain it, do not know. Is the idea. Okay, if you cannot explain such a lot of heterogeneity. If you find that somewhere in between, you say, I'd like to think, why is it like this? I can explore it. Want to explore heterogeneity? There are two ways you can do it. One is very easy to do, subgroup analysis. The other is a little bit more difficult, meta regression. A meta regression is like when you're doing ordinary regression. You're trying to find out what variables are independently influencing some. So the rule of thumb in regression analysis is that sample size matters. Number of variables you can enter into a regression equation is what? What is the rule of thumb for that? For every variable, you need 10 patients to participate. And then you need 10 extra. So if you've got 10 variables, you need at least 110 participants. Right? You're trying to explore a lot of variables to see heterogeneity. Only have 5 trials. Your sample size is 5. You can only look at 3 to 4 variables. So there is a problem trying to do meta regression on small sample. Subgroup analysis is easier to do. So what you're doing in a subgroup analysis is trying to see what could be the characteristics according to the population, the way the studies were done, that differ across the studies, which could explain the results. Right? And ideally, this is done in advance. How when you're doing a trial, you know what confounders are. Same confounders in a trial could be the confounders is differ across trials and could be the reason why the studies are showing different results. So in advance, you got to tell what could be the most important confounders. If you take age, say 20 of them, keep in mind the more tests you do, the more chances are you'll get false positive results. When you say your p-value is less than 0.05, you're saying 95% of the time it should not be. 5% it could be a false positive. That's with one test. You keep doing tests on the same sample over and over again. By the time you reach 10 tests, your false positive rate can go up to 60%. So the rule is don't keep doing multiple analysis of the same sample, get false positive results. Subgroup analysis, limited number of them, they should be biologically plausible and they should be decided. But sometimes you need to think about it. I didn't think about that. So anyway, I'm going to explore in a subgroup analysis, but I will say this is the post hoc analysis. It is just dredging the data to see can I understand why. So because of this thing, I am going to now subgroup. I looked at the inclusion exclusion criteria. I found that 4 of these studies had said we will exclude people with cardiac disease, past history of angina, or on any cardiac medication. Sani did not do that. So now I've got 2 biologically plausible subgroups. Right? I look at their data separately. And I am seeing if you did not have a bad cardiac history, consistently, I square is now 0%. Consistently, drug A is better than B. And I don't have any doubts about it. No longer 0.99. I'm sure that drug A is better than drug B for the outcome of death in people who do not have bad cardiac. Right? This one is one study shows the opposite. It could be that if you have a cardiac history, drug B will be better, but I don't know. I can be fairly sure about this. So I'm not giving you a pooled result for all. I'm giving you the results for subgroups and say Based on this, we have better evidence. Don't give this drug A to people who've got a bad cardiac history. So this is an example of how, even in this heterogeneity, you can find useful information to use by doing a subgroup analysis. But remember, all subgroup analyses are observational. They are not head-to-head comparisons. It's an observation. So subgroup analysis should not be noted. The results should not come in your brain like, hey, I found some brand new hypothesis. Okay, right.
One is speculating it. That's why it is.
No, heterogeneity, what it's telling you is the confidence intervals all are overlapping, right? The p-value tells you that there's minor differences in where the estimates are.
Getting it. Like your case, that value for this all this phenomena over it.
What I've done is, you know this in advance that it's going to be 0%. Said, what is the difference between these studies? And I said the outcome is dead. So if one study is including people with cardiac problems can cause death, whereas the other studies are not. They have removed that study separately and kept it. Now, when you have people who do not have any cardiac risk factors, again, it's better than drug B for preventing death. Right? And there is no doubt about it, as far as consistency is concerned. Right? It's almost like a fixed effect. You look at this.
Yes.
So this minor variation, you say, is chance. Ignore it. The drug has a fixed effect across all the studies, provided you remove people with cardiac problems. Okay. So that's what we've done for this. We had heterogeneity, and we said we do a subgroup effect analysis, and we're still saying this drug has a fixed effect. We're still on a fixed effect meta-analysis. Doesn't always work that way.
Action of cardiac risk.
That could be the effect, but I'm not bothered about whether it's an interaction effect or not. I am telling you that if you've got cardiac risk factors, they're likely to be older. Right? There could be older people who don't have cardiac risk factors. You have to go and look at what the age there is. Right? But then I'm telling you, if you have cardiac risk factors, don't use this drug. It could be right. There could be an interaction there. Okay, now I have a situation where I've got a high I-square value, 60, 70%. Right? I tried subgroup analysis. To be sure that subgroup analysis is explaining it in a biological manner, there should be no inconsistency in the subgroup, like I showed you. If there is inconsistency in the subgroup, that is not the reason why it's not explained it. Now what do I do? That's when I will choose. If I'm planning to pool the results, I'll have to incorporate the heterogeneity and give you a very cautious estimate. Random effects meta. Fixed effect, random effects. Okay, what the random effects meta-analysis is telling you that I'm going to give you the mean of the distribution of the effect. There is no fixed effect for this drug. Every trial, the drug has a different effect. Right? And I'm giving you the mean of that distribution. And the reason why this is happening is because there are two sources of variation. When your I-square is high, it tells you that there is inter-trial difference. In addition to the within study difference, there is also inter-trial difference. So the random error is what you see in the fixed effects model. There is some random error. Here, there is actually a true difference in the effect of the drug. Study is having a different effect. The drug is working differently in this study. Right. So it's trying to give you the pooled effect estimate of all of that, but saying this is the mean of the distribution. Here you're saying they come from virtually the same populations. Here you're saying no, they're coming from different populations. Confidence intervals don't overlap. So I can only give you the pool of the mean of the distribution. Right. Inherently, a random effects model is an inconsistent model. It's incorporating the inconsistent. Okay, I'll give you an example. On the top, you've got the fixed effect model. Okay, on the bottom, I've got the random effects model. Program allows you to just click between fixed and random. It will change the model. Right? I square does not change. Still inconsistent. But what changes? Pooled effect, quite different. Right? Why is it? You look, you can see it's staring at you. What is different? Top slide and the bottom slide will explain why confidence intervals have become much more wide. What does the random effects do? You're telling me what I know. It's random effects. What does the random effects do? Huh? How? How is it incorporating it? Yeah. Look at the weights. Look at the weights. Look at the weights. That's how it's incorporating it. It's saying Pisani is not a useless fellow whom I'm not going to respect. I'm also going to give him weight. He's saying something. Right. So when I do that, he gets 20% of the weight. And he does exactly what I was trying to explain to you. He pulls the data towards him. The ratio is 5.6, no? Right? So data goes that way. So now you're saying, if I want to pull the result, I can tell you the mean of the all the studies, the distribution tells you that it's unlikely to be. I can't be sure of this result at all. As it is, it was marginal. Now, when I incorporate the heterogeneity, I can tell you I don't think I can't demonstrate any great advantage of one drug over the other. Right? So that's a random fixed model. When there is significant heterogeneity, it distributes the weight differently. Now, if you want to know the logic behind that, it's this. I didn't use any formula so far, only one line using. Rate is inverse of the variance. Right? With a fixed effects model, there is one source of variance, inter-subject, within the trial. Right? Random effects have shown there is within subject and across trials two sources of variation. Right? So when you have two sources of variation and you start finding that the heterogeneity, that means the within study variation gets bigger and bigger, it will become very dominant. And the weights given to those studies become less. More or less each study will get somewhat more similar weights than with a fixed effects model. Right? That's the reason why you're getting the difference. Random effects model incorporates within subject within trial variance and across study variance, inter-study variance. Two sources of variance, that's the denominator. As that denominator gets bigger, inverse of that is smaller. Study weights become less. Anyway, don't worry about that. You now know something called fixed effects and random effects. Right? How do you decide in your review, are you going to use fixed effect or random effect? So it's like this. When you start your study, your protocol, you should ask yourself, do I expect all my results to be similar? I'll give you two examples, then you can decide in which you'll use random and which you'll use fixed. We did a study when we were looking at drug versus another drug, right? Is there reason to believe that those drugs would studies will be similar? In today's world, especially we're talking about new drugs, all the studies are done virtually the same way. There is uniformity in method, comes out guidelines you all follow. So it is reasonable to presume that we can expect the results of drug trials to be similar. So you can justify saying, I'll start with the fixed effects model. And if I find heterogeneity is more than so and so, I will use a random effects. That's okay. Now consider, I want to know what is the effect of lay health workers, right? Substituting for psychiatrists or trained mental health workers in picking up mental illness and treating mental illness. That's a large review we did. Right. So you start by asking yourself, how do you define what is a lay health worker? We there are so many definitions of a health worker. Automatically, you know, I'm not going to get consistent results. I will assume that I'm going to use a random effects model from the beginning. Okay, so depending on what you expect, you can justify saying I'm using a fixed. Otherwise, the purists among systematic review authors will always tell you use random effects. Right, but my problem with random effects is the random effects gives very low weight to even big study with narrow confidence interval. It all proportionately looks at the intertrial variability and gives weight, right? So you can find small studies are influencing your outcome. If you have a doubt and you see the difference in the pooled effect coming somewhere like this, showing one is better than the other, change to fixed and see what happens. Then the big studies will take over. If there is no difference between the fixed and the random effects model, you have done what is now I've explained the sensitivity now. I'm seeing how sensitive are the results to the model that you used. There is no heterogeneity, very little heterogeneity won't make a difference whether you use fixed or random. There is substantial heterogeneity, but it is not that important. Fixed and random can make a difference. But the rule of thumb is if you expect your studies are all going to be looking at the same kind of trial design and all, that is the fixed effect. And if it is not, there's a lot of heterogeneity, you switch to random effects. You can explain that in the protocol. Are very unhappy. Results of the trial. Okay, so primaquine found chloroquine plus 5 days of primaquine versus no primaquine. Right? So India's policy at that time was to give 5 days of primaquine following chloroquine. We found one Gopte, is Nitya Gopte works in KEM Hospital, Mumbai. He's the first author of that study. There's Kim, the study that we saw, which is not very good. Then there is Roland, one of those studies done in Pakistan, Afghanistan border. And then there's Yadav. All of these studies are done in our area. Same kind of parasite, same kind of resistance and all. Irrelevant to us. Right? What does the pooled effect estimate tell you? Giving 5 days of primaquine after chloroquine is as good as giving nothing. And your country is spending all this money on malaria relapse prevention. You're achieving nothing. That's what this tells you. Okay, indirect evidence. Indirect evidence. Now we had another, this is the subgroups, less than 6 months, more than 6 months. Then we have, and there is heterogeneity here, 50%. But there's not much to choose between them, so I don't care the checkers. I'm not going to use it. I can change to fix, I'll use a random effects model. Right, so I'm giving you my best guess. So you know it's not helping. Then the next thing I did is the 14 days of primaquine following chloroquine versus no primaquine. What do you find here? Pooled effect estimate. Here, I've used the fixed effects model, and what is the I square? 70. 77.7. So this is a pooled effects model. Heterogeneity is 30%. Yeah, but this 77 is showing the differences between the fine supervised treatment and unsupervised treatment. With supervised treatment, very clearly 14 days primaquine is very good. Unsupervised treatment, also it says it's very good, but it doesn't include that KIM. Supervised treatment, less than more than 4 months. KIM is unsupervised treatment, right? And he shows no difference. But the risk of bias in KIM is pretty high. And we know they themselves are discussing in their paper, because unsupervised treatment, we are not very sure that people took their drugs. Right? The reason why that got published was he got a genomic analysis. It's published for the genomic analysis. Very good genomic analysis. Okay. So what should we be doing here? Ideally, we should not be including this. Take it off to get even better results. You understand these graphs? So from this, what we know, indirect evidence we know, giving 5 days of primaquine following chloroquine is a waste of time. Indirectly, we know that giving 14 days of primaquine is better than giving 5 days of primaquine. What about some direct evidence? So we found these three studies: 5 days primaquine following chloroquine versus 14 days primaquine following chloroquine. Here also we subgrouped according to duration of follow-up and supervised or unsupervised treatment. Unsupervised treatment, outcome is after 6 months. Supervised treatment, less than 6 months. Right? And we looked at the risk of bias and we decided that we don't want to use this. We're not taking this fellow. He's giving us misleading results. We're only going to take that result. And what we find is that using 14 days of primaquine, yeah, has a 10 times better effect on reducing the risk of the relapse. 10 times better than 5 days. Okay, does that make sense? You always have to look at the label, favoring what, right? In that one, 14 days here, this is the control group. This is the standard treatment. Right. Now, I had other studies. One was looking at 3 days of primaquine following chloroquine versus 14 days primaquine. Right? Shorter group. 14 days is better. Okay. Then I had another one. 7 days of primaquine following chloroquine versus 14 days. Here also 14 days is better. Okay. Then we had primaquine weekly for 8 weeks versus daily for 14 days. Same study at different time points. The results have not pooled because I pool it, I'm double counting the same patients. I'm saying same patient, 74 people here and 55 there. At 6 months, there were 3 relapses in one group and nothing in the other. And in 74 patients and 55 patients followed at 11 months, I had 4 relapses and one. Right. I'm showing at the time frame. I'm not pulling that in this because I can't. Same patients. Right. So that is what we did, meta-analysis. The next thing we have to do is we have to summarize and provide the evidence footprint. What's your time? 3:24. I think I'll stop here. And next time we'll take this example and we will do a great summary for this. Right? We will grade the evidence because you've been through the meta-analysis. You know some of the studies. So next time saying we will go through that meta and you will do a great assessment. I will do a meta. See, but hang on. Oh, you maligned me. I didn't do a meta-analysis. I just graphically showed you the result on the graph. Hey, meta-analysis, you have to have the pooled effect. Right? Here, I'm not pooling anything. There's one study. That study is wrong there. This is not a meta-analysis. It's a graphical display of one study's result. And ideally, you don't need to do that. And you can pool it. But you can still make a decision based on one study. When you are doing grade, you'll find there are many factors which come into grade, right? And just give you the, I won't do the grade assessment per se, but I will just tell you what we are trying to do. In this slides, at least 4 times it says you need at least two trials to come minimum. You don't need worry what you get. Want to pool the results, they should be very similar, with at least two of them to pool. But if you only have one, you report that one. So what we're trying to do in a great summary, you are asking how do we combine everything? We want to know the outcomes, right? The pooled effect estimate for every critically important or important outcome that you have pre-selected regarding efficacy, safety, functioning, does it indicate clinically appreciable advantages? That's what we want to know. In terms of relative effect, how good is that intervention compared to the comparator? And in terms of absolute effects for that outcome, meaning taking into account the baseline risk of the population you're using that intervention. I want the relative effects, then I want the absolute effect, right? And then I also want to know how confident are we in this numerical estimate, right? And when I say it's the true effect, then I also want to say these effects you will see in your practice. And I also want to know if you do further research, it will not change this result. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for, right? And so when you're doing that, you're doing it for outcomes. I won't go through all this. But basically, what you're doing is, and you're looking for this five things. Can I trust the evidence? What is the risk of bias in the studies for that outcome? If there is a lot of risk of bias, my confidence in that result comes down. Does the evidence apply to me? Do they have the same kind of population that I'm going to use it in? Are they using the intervention the same way that I would use it in? If they are not, confidence in this result comes down. Then you want to know, are the results all consistent? If there is inconsistency, can they explain it properly? If they can't and they give me a random effect meta-analysis, my confidence in this result comes down. Inconsistent, right? Then results precision. There clear evidence that there is clinical, not just statistical significance. Yes, good. But then, if they have enough population and numbers to say the sample size was adequate for you to give me that result. If not, my confidence comes down, right? And is the evidence complete? Do we think we missed some studies, right? If not, if we think we got missed some studies because that fellow won't give me his data, my confidence in the evidence comes. So what we are doing is we are starting off by assuming that randomized controlled trials are good quality evidence and systematic randomized review of randomized controlled trials will be trustworthy. But if for any reason I have doubts on any of those five characteristics, my confidence in that result comes down for that outcome. I apply it for every outcome. And I'm saying this relative risk, do I trust it? What is my confidence in that relative? Based on biases, indirectness, imprecision, inconsistency, and reporting bias. If I find that there is no problem, my confidence is still high in that outcome. If I start doubting it, it can go down and can come down to low. Similarly, systematic reviews of observational studies are considered to be risk of bias because of selection bias, right? And there could be many other reasons why confidence in the observational studies comes down. But if they are done well, and if you find that overall the pool results show a fantastic effect, relative risk reduction of something like 75%, and the confidence interval, the lower limit is a 60% reduction. Then I'll say, okay, even if it is, an observational study, this is a really powerful effect. I have more confidence. I will not say this is bad evidence. I have more confidence. Also, if you find that there were some confounders in these studies, but if those confounders are not there, the effect would have been even more better, favoring the intervention. My confidence in the systematic review observational studies will go up. If I find that across all the studies I find, if they use a higher dose, there is a clear relationship with an effect across the studies, I can have a lot of confidence in observational studies, and I can end up with high certainty evidence from an observation systematically. There is a structured way of doing grade overview, how we will do it, and you'll end up with four levels of certainty: high certainty, moderate, low, and very low. And what that means is, if you say, I've got high certainty evidence, you will say, Ibuprofen 14 days will reduce the risk of relapse. You're confident of it. But in our case, if you say you're moderate, you've got moderate certainty evidence, will say 14 days of Ibuprofen will probably reduce the risk of relapse. But it might not 100% sure of it for this reason, right? And if you say that you've got very low certainty evidence, say it may do this. And when you say very low certainty, you will say, I am unsure. I don't know. I have no confidence in this. That's what that's what we do. So when we come back on Friday, say, we will do a grade assessment using this. Okay. Now, you will understand what a sensitivity analysis is. I will show it to you. But do you understand the concept of what a sensitivity analysis is? See, what you're doing is in your background, your protocol, you're going to say there is one paragraph for sensitivity analysis, right? And there is one paragraph for subgroup analysis. So can anyone explain what's the difference between a subgroup analysis and sensitivity? For the heterogeneity, you do what? Sensitivity analysis. Yeah. If you, for example, you've got a model, you use random fixed reflex model, right? And you find a lot of heterogeneity, right? You will ask yourself, if I use a random effects model, will it make a difference to my result? What are you doing? Or assessing how robust is your result, how strong is your result, depending on how you're doing the analysis. If I use fixed effects, I get this result. If I use random, if I'm getting a different result, then I have a problem. But if I use fixed and random and I don't get any different, I have confidence in it. The other thing you can do is, okay, I'm only going to use the results of studies at only low risk of bias. And remove all the studies at high risk of bias and see what the result. Whether I remove studies of high risk of bias also, the result is the same. That's what a sensitivity. But changing the criteria. How do I describe it? Describe it. And we even have a sensitivity analysis. They want to ask you to put so many graphs in the main. You can have an appendix where I show the same graph without that study. See, the thing with Revman is you can export each forest plot onto a Word document. Right. So I will do an analysis including these studies. I have it there. Then I will do an analysis excluding two studies and export that graph. I can then explain, look at appendix 4, without it is without this study, the relative risk is now 1 point so and so, so and so, 3 trials, whatever. Describe it. If you read those reviews, you'll find how the wording is. Any other question? So I have a small question. What is I square? What is it trying to tell?
And it 95% is a high chance.
So I square tells you how much of the variation in results each chance. Keep that in mind. Each chance means what remains is the I square is chance plus I square gives you I square 75 means only 25% is chance. 75% is a problem, which you have to identify. Why is there so much variation? What does what's absolute risk difference? What is absolute risk? Yeah, one risk minus the other risk. Risk in one group minus the risk in the other group is the risk. Right. And that depends on what? What the risk is in the group. If the control is low, there is quite a different value than if the risk in the control is high. Any other doubts you may have? Anything I should?
But you can explain about the between. That's what. But actually, he created about the within study. And so within study, heterogeneity we was covered. That was in the form of a chi-square, form of square. So all these things you find it and tell you what is in study change or the it's shown you an excellent graph. Besides the random error, the between study variance is taken care of when you're applying the random model. So whenever you're looking at the forest plot, random effects for forest plot always gives you one more estimate, that is the tau square. Tau square is basically the between study variance is taken into consideration. This is another marker that you know about heterogeneity. This is used besides I square. This is just a term because it's shown the symbol also, just that you are familiarized with I square as a term. Okay. Yeah, what I'm saying, energy. The just tau square talks about like this. Find there's a lot of ways. Now your I square, your I square is high, right? You try and do a subgroup analysis if you know what to subgroup. Otherwise, change to random effect and grade downgrade for inconsistency. Any random effects model is inconsistent. Don't worry, you can take this home and instead of watching a movie tonight, you can revise all of this and you will go through all of this again on Thursday and Friday. On Saturday, when you're doing grade master, you have no doubts in this. Symptoms have always occurred, and with these classes, they will occur. So all we will leave here having done a meta-analysis. Just think you can go home and tell your wife, or your mother, or your partner, or somebody, I am a statistician. I did a meta-analysis. And that is the day they will leave you. Father-in-law was a statistician, and he was actually Professor Mahalanobis' first PhD student in Calcutta, right? And when I got married, my wife said, I went after you because you were like a hippie. Now you're like my father-in-law, my father. So once you get familiar with meta-analysis, you can understand it. And you are being taught by clinicians. When you are taught meta-analysis by a clinician, quite different from learning from the formula. Not learning formula, you're learning the application of it. And for that, RevMan is such a beautiful tool. So, your systematic review. Okay, let's take a break and come back, and then I will, right, all will talk.